Me not test too. What about you? Testing. Just now, I'll tell you when the players. Good morning and welcome to the Arnesville Sporting Complex. We have a live action for you in the Cricket West Indies Women T20 Blaze. This is the second round of fixtures here between the Windward Islands and the Guyana. Earlier on, Guyana, they won the toss and elected to bowl first. In terms of the teams, Windward Islands, Zeta James, captain, Janelia Gasco, vice captain, Afi Fletcher, Ornisha Fontaine, Naisha Cherry, Holly Charles, Karina Noel, Selena Ross, Jafina Joseph, Ashleen Edwards, and Nerissa Crafton. In terms of the Guyanese, Shermaine Campbell, the captain, Ashmina Munisa, the vice captain, Mandy Mangro, Cherry Ann Fraser, Naya Lachman, Shanita Grimond, Katana Mentor, Rieliana Grimond, Shabina Gajnabi, Plafiana Millington, and Sienna Rettimaya. So those are the two teams for this encounter, as we see Cherry and Fraser to take up proceedings from the Beckway end, and taking up proceedings here with me in the commentary box is Mr. Kesrick Williams. Good morning to you, Kesrick.
Good morning to you, Alan. Mr. Cato. Not the best morning you would see with the clouds that's above us. We may have rain interruptions at some point today. First delivery, just going down the leg side here from Fraser. This Guyana team played in their first game a couple of days ago against the Leeward Islands and had a pretty decent game. But what stood out for me was their bowling, how they went about their bowling. Cato were very instrumental in terms of how they set the fielders as well.
Fraser, I think she sets the tone, Fraser, in terms of her right medium. Gets a bit of movement away from the right-handers, back into the left-handers. I think this is actually a good end for her to bowl from as well, given the wind direction here at the Arnesville Sporting Complex.
Also one of the better options to bowl first with the overcast conditions here today in St. Vincent. Another wide delivery. It was blazing hot yesterday, Cato. Even the day before when we had play, wide. Signal Bratwit.
Yes, hopefully from our perspective, the rain cloud will stay away and ensure that we get some good cricket today. Good competitive cricket. Windward Island will be looking to get on the board in terms of a win. Guyana will be looking to extend their run of wins to 2.
It's a lot of things I can take away from the Guyana cricket. Female cricket, that is, with how they played in their first game, in terms of how meticulous they were. In terms of their errors that they bowl. That one's checking her on the pads. Not out. Umpire Bratwit.
That movement back into the left-hander once again causes some problems there. This one perhaps pitching a bit too straight, maybe missing the leg stump. It's a good line, good length, and as I mentioned, that movement she gets back into the left-hander, certainly going to present problems here this morning.
Definitely with another wide though. Just think that she's starting it a bit too straight on the line of the leg stump. She's not taking it away, she's bringing it back. So she needs to pitch it somewhat on foot stump. And with that one that is going away normally, it will always get the batter to play. So Bryce will have to play every delivery. And that is what I'm talking about. The one that's coming back from just outside the line of the off stump. And then that one that is going across normally. So you'll find a left-hander that always have to play at every delivery. Hence the reason why there's a slip in place. Slip in there. Because the captain that's there in Campbell played a really good knock in the first innings, taking them home. It's Campbell and Fraser. Starting it too straight again.
Just need to get our control right, Sherian. As you mentioned, the line is just as important as the length, given the movement we are seeing from her. Very good bowling conditions that you will enjoy, Kesrick.
Definitely. Any bowler, opening fast bowler, is enjoy these conditions. That is what I'm talking about. That line, she needs to keep it outside the line of the off stump. Going down on off stump because she tends to bring it back. Even on the fourth stump is more important. Because she tends to bring it back. So if she can get that one that is going across and coming back from that same line, it would create some problems. Something that we noticed in the first 3 games here a couple of days ago is that deliveries on the line of the off stump and fourth stump. To these females, they tend to block them, and anything on the line of the stump is being played not straight but on the leg side. But the first run here, off the bat for the Windward Islands. Just a single though to Bryce.
A bit of a mixed bag there from Fraser. I'm sure she'll be quite disappointed. But 5 runs conceded from at over Windward Islands. Having been inserted this morning here in day number 2 of this Cricket West Indies T20 Blast, the female edition, 5 without loss.
Well, it's Millington now with ball in hand. She had a good game in the first game as well. Well, all the bowlers for Guyana did really well in the first game, but I must make special mention to Munisa and how she bowled. We saw a bit of celebration as well on the first day, Kato, especially from the Jamaicans. I had to have a conversation with them to find out what's the name of that celebration. That one just punched off the back foot. No run there.
Plafiana Millington it is, as you mentioned, quite impressive in that first encounter. Used the angles quite well, especially against the left-handers. Nerissa Crafton trying to pace at offside field in a couple of occasions now.
Joseph taking strike now. He is from St. Vincent, Joseph. Trying to play that one down to the fine leg boundary. Just an edge though over the keeper. Chased by skipper Campbell. Just a single. And something that I notice as well, a lot of females, they're not sweeping the ball. They somewhat just look like they play across, and like even when the ball is going down the leg side, they don't really sweep the ball. The only player that I've seen that is sweeping the ball well. And that's a good shot, really good shot. As soon as I talk about sweeping, Crafton showing, probably asking me to wait a little bit before I say anything. That's a good shot, 4 runs. First boundary for the Windward Island team.
Yes, that just epitomizes what you were just mentioning in terms of the sweep shot. Delivery on the line of the leg stump, going further down. went down on her knees and swept it past that lady at short fine leg into the fence for 4. So good option for her. Good result as well.
Another wide delivery. But I would continue with what I was saying in terms of the captain for Jamaica, Williams, the way how she played in that game when they won the game against the Windward Islands here a couple nights ago. She played beautifully. Started the innings with the bat, ended as well, making sure that her team, CHU Henry, came in with a few lusty blows. They finished the game in commanding fashion.
And it's quite early, Kesrick, but what we've seen is that the players with the international experience, they've really shown out so far. After one run of fixtures, there's still opportunities for the newcomers, as they would say, to put their hands up and be counted. But we have seen the likes of Afi Fletcher, you mentioned Rashida Williams, and even Charmaine Campbell, really showing their class. So it's a good example to set for those players coming through, just coming onto this particular level. So it's something for them to work towards.
Well, that is so true, and we like the fact that they are playing at a different level, and you could actually see it as well. You could see the difference. You mentioned Campbell, Henry, Williams from Jamaica, the under 19 skipper from who's playing for Trinidad, Ramnat as well. You look at the Windward Island players, the Chi West Indies players that is playing for Windward Islands. Afi Fletcher, she came in and she showed that she's an international player. Also to Zeta, just punched down the ground for a single. You could see the difference, Kate, on how they play, different levels. And that is the levels that you want everybody to get to. But everybody may take time, or everybody may not get to that level at the same time. But it's good sight to see the players who are playing at the international level, their quality, the way how they play is at a different level. So that is good. This one is cut behind point. Good shot here from Crafton. Would it run away to the boundary? No. Stop just at the line. The issue that we had in the first game as well was how heavy the outfield is, especially outside the 30-yard circle. Always the ball is stopping at the edge of the boundary, so you really have to run for your runs here. Something that we are not accustomed to. This one punched down the ground, misfield by Grimman, who's actually a new bowler from this end. Didn't really pick up a lot of wickets in the last game, but bowled pretty tight.
It's a reasonable start from these openers, getting the ball into the gaps. That's something that we have called for quite often. You mentioned the outfield is not the quickest at the moment. That situation would also have been compounded by the fact that we had some rain earlier. But it's the end of another over completed, 3 overs completed. Windward Islands, after being inserted, they are 16 without loss.
Well, the rain is staying away. Just dark clouds here at the Arnisvale Cricket Stadium.
I think it will remain like this, Kesrick, for a period of time. Looking at the weather forecast, I think things looking brighter around 12 or so. Hopefully the weatherman is correct today. For the sake of the cricket here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
For the sake of the cricket, you're so right. Trying another sweep shot is Crafton. But another change of bowling here is the It's Munisa, the vice captain, who did the damage in the last game here against the Leeward Islands, bowling from a different end, from the administrative centre end. She did most of her damage. From the media centre end, the end which we're at, we also call this the beach end, and the other end we also call it the airport end, the old airport end. Speaking of someone that can bowl tight lines, you don't have to look any further.
Well, what we've seen from the Guyanese so far is that they've really utilized all of their bowling resources in the power play so far. 4 different bowlers. We're into the 4th over. So perhaps it's a intentional ploy not to get these batsmen accustomed to any one bowler at any point in time.
Different strategy from them than what we saw in the last game. But every strategy that they have been using as a bowler have been working so far. It's cut behind point. Would it get to the boundary? Grimman doing chase? No, it wouldn't. Holding up right at the boundary line again. So you really have to run for your runs here.
Once a very good shot there from Crafton. Seemed to be a very good time off the cricket ball. Given a little bit of room outside the off stump, went back, cut it past the fielder there at backward point. But as you mentioned, have to do quite a bit of running, these two. Trying to convert those twos into threes.
Well, it is not something that we're accustomed to here at the Arnisville Cricket Field, Arsenet. We're accustomed to a quick outfield. No, we're not getting that. Batters have to really dig deep, go hard, go for sixes. The fours, they are not coming because the ball is staying right at the edge of the line. And I will continue to say it is not something that we're accustomed to here at the Arnisville Cricket Field. Usually a quick outfield. Just something that the ground staff can look into for a bit. Played with a nice straight back down the ground. This is nice. We're seeing something different from Joseph today. Looking to play straight, which is really good. A single to finish the over. The score is 21 without loss.
Not a bad start from these two. 21 without loss. Just scoring around 5 runs per over. It's a good foundation. You don't want to lose a lot of wickets in the power play. The Windward Islands after being inserted. And I actually think that we're going to have a short break in play as that rain we mentioned earlier seemed to be making its way across the ground. Ground staff getting quite busy. I think both umpires have signaled for their intervention at this time. So what is going to happen is that we'll take a short break with the Windward Islands women, 21 without loss here, and day number 2 of this Cricket West Indies Women's T20 Blast. So we'll take a short break and we'll be back with you with live action whenever that opportunity arises. Welcome back to the Arnesville Sporting Complex. Action here in the Cricket West Indies T20 Blast, the female edition. Weather seems to have cleared up quite a bit, so hopefully it stays that way for the remainder of the day. We still have 2 matches to follow this one, but at this point in time, the Windward Islands, they have been insulted all year from the Guyanese women. They are 21 without loss as I welcome back Kesrick.
Good morning to you, Mr. Cater. The good thing about it this time is that it's a little bit clearer. So I'm guessing that it's clearing up nicely. So hopefully we don't get any more interruption here by the rain. Just wondering if there's any changes here. We're still waiting for confirmation. If there's any changes in terms of overs. Haven't heard anything as yet, so we still have to wait. First delivery short. Joseph immediately into her game. 4 runs behind square leg. Really good shot. It deserved that punishment.
Not the best of deliveries there from Munisa. A short delivery on the line of the leg stump. Presented an easy opportunity there for Joseph. It's actually Grimman, sorry. Easy opportunity there for Joseph to just swivel on that one and hit it behind point for 4. Good start after the break.
A little bit better today. I mentioned I've been looking at Joseph today. She's playing a lot straighter, playing everything to that V, anything short. She looks to play it on the onside. Again down the leg side from Grimman. Quick single.
Not the best of starts for Grimman after the break. Normally hear players talking about getting adjusted again to conditions. So far, it's been a struggle for the bowler resuming play. After that extended break, we had a break earlier in terms of the rain.
Something I would like to see, Kato, is probably getting in the Windward Islands batting, probably getting Afi Fletcher, probably to bat a little bit earlier because she's more aggressive. The last game we saw, she was the one that take the tempo up. That one is a bit short again. Crafton didn't get enough bat on it to swivel it over the onside. But yeah, I saw her bat in the first game. She was the aggressor. She came in and she played pretty smart. Played everything on its merit. Scored a few ones. This one is punch. Through the offside. Wouldn't get to the boundary. Good shot by Fontaine. Only 2 though. Looking for a third is Fontaine. With the throw.
It's a good shot there from Crafton, a full-length delivery, driven through the offside, finding that gap. But as we have lamented all day, the outfield not the quickest at this time. That would have been compounded by the rain we had earlier as well.
And it's bold. What I really wasn't seeing before. It's a really good delivery, going down on the line of the off stump. I really just holding on the line there from Grimman. Missing everything there, Fontaine. Disappointing way to go. But it's the first wicket for Guyana. Grimman doing the damage.
A very good delivery there. Crafton, I think, would be quite disappointed that she was on the back foot for delivery. Perhaps she should have been on the front foot. But well bowled from Grimman. Conceded 7 runs so far in the over. But I'm sure her captain will be quite pleased that she's able to add something to that 4th column. Windward Islands, they're 29 for 1.
Really well bowled from her. We were waiting for that ripper to show you the delivery coming from around the wicket to the left-hander. He really didn't turn much, just pitching on the line of our stump. Sort of just straightened that delivery. New batter to the crease now.
I think so.
Looks like Glasgow. Definitely Glasgow. Hails from St. Vincent as well. Fast bowler. She can use the bat. We saw her play a few innings for West Indies in the women's tournament. Again, that line outside the line of the off stump. Just pushing that bat.
A good end to the over there from Grimman. Getting a bit of tone on that occasion. Good line, good length. So should be quite pleased. 2 overs, 1 for 12 so far. Windward Islands going around just around 6 runs per over. So it's not been a bad start by any means. That run rate around 6 runs per over. I'm sure they'll have their sights set on something in excess of 120. But in order for that to happen, they need to continue to get these partnerships going. And you mentioned the likes of Afi Fletcher to come in and put some impetus into the innings at the back end of this innings.
Normally, you will see a Zeta coming in at number 3, but I'm pretty sure that she will probably step at number 4 today, and then Afi at number 5. That will be the likely order. Just waiting on Retimaya there to get to a position at mid-off. Munisa to continue. Punching that one is Joseph.
Well, we've just been alerted that the game has been reduced to 13 overs. So that means after this delivery will be just around 7.4 overs remaining in the inning. So it'll be interesting to see the approach of the Windward Island players, given that reduction in the overs.
Hence the reason why Glasgow is up in the order. Saw her playing a blinder in St. Kitts, the West Indies team. So she has the ability to really go far. Munisa again on the line of the off stump, just punch out to point. Grimman misfeeling. They're looking for a second. No. Really good show from Grimman. I want to thank the media team for bringing over that message over reduce to the viewers. We apologize daily that information didn't get to us in time. But as soon as we get any information for you, we'll always share it. You can trust us with that. Sharing information. Probably would have liked to see Afi Fletcher coming in there now. Knowing that she set the tempo, but finding the edge is Glasgow. Good work from skipper Campbell, sliding nicely. Something that we have grown accustomed to with female cricket now. And how agile they are in the field.
It's refreshing to see. Players really giving their all on the field. That occasion, Campbell moving quite swiftly to limit the batsmen on that occasion, just to a single. 31 for 1.
Finding the edge again. Not sure if we're playing at Edgbaston, but they have been finding the edge regularly. Both batters. But a run is a run. The run rate is dropping. Pretty sure that they know it is 13 overs now because of that rain interruption. Glasgow just changing her guard a bit. Looking like she's now on middle and off. So I'm guessing that she wants to get closer to the ball. Oh, Munisa again, that one that just coming in. So she spins the ball away from the left-hander, and then she has that one that just straightens, just comes on with the arm. So this is really good stuff from her, tight stuff. 2 overs now, just 8 runs. The score is 32 for 1.
Another tight over there from Munisa, limiting the scoring opportunities there of the Windward Island batsmen. 32 for 1. Glasgow. They on 1 from 3, just coming to the crease. Joseph, she has been there from the start, 9 from 12. So I'm thinking that the Windward Islands will be looking forward to Joseph batting as deep as possible into the innings and perhaps picking up a scoring rate at some point in time. We're talking about scoring rate. We have a quite capable scorer in the form of Kenroy Martin joining us here in the commentary box. Good morning to you, Kenroy. Good afternoon, actually.
Good afternoon to you, Asnet. Good afternoon to the viewers here. As we look at this game between Windward Islands and Guyana, pretty evenly matched. Now 32 for 1 Windwards have been insulted. Last game they won the toss and elected to bat, doing a much better job in the second game.
Seemed to be a concerted effort to really form a partnership especially at the top of the order there, the Windward Islands, as this one is punched out to cover, and a very close one indeed. Glasgow for a while they were struggling, but I think the umpire is quite happy that she made it. But quite a risky single, it must be said.
Yeah, very risky. I don't think Glasgow was up for that, but she got in eventually. But a risky single there by Joseph, hitting it straight to the fielder. A better throw would have had Glasgow in trouble. But they move on to 33-1 here at Arnesville. And I would have liked to see a person like Fletcher coming into the crease at number 3, knowing that the overs have been reduced.
It's something our previous commentator alluded to, given what we saw from Fletcher in that first game. It's Glasgow. It's bold. That one a bit flatter, a bit quicker from Grimman. So she gets the wicket of Glasgow. Never really looked settled so far in this innings. An innings that came to an end for 1. And the Windward Islands, they lose their second wicket. They're 33-2.
Yeah, similar way of getting out there. 2 batters so far. Flat delivery on the off stump. They gave themselves a little bit of room and it sneaked through the bottom pad and hitting that off stump. So good bowling there by Grimmon and really picking up 2 crucial wickets for Guyana and setting the Windward Islands back even further. They are 33-2. And I think that brings, I think that's Fletcher I'm seeing there, if I'm not mistaken. Starter looks like her. Oh, it's not. It's not.
I think it's James, Zeta James.
Yeah, I just think they're missing something there, the Windward Islands. I think they should have really gotten Fletcher in the wicket to really bring things alive here for the Windward Islands. She played a very good innings in the last innings. She's very aggressive and just about 13 overs in this game. I think she should be in the crease.
This one is hit uppishly. Just behind square on the leg side. So she's up and running there. Zeta James, one of those young cricketers we have coming through for the Windward Islands and the West Indies. A lot expected of her, Zeta James. I'm sure she'll be looking to just put her hand up in this tournament, shows what she's made of. Just remind the selectors that she's up for the fight. And hopefully she'll be able to do well for herself and her team here in this Cricket West Indies Women T20 Blast. It's punching this one, but straight to the man, the fielder there at mid-off.
And as that we see dot balls continue to plague these teams. They have not been able to deal with that. Dot balls. A lot of dot deliveries have been bowled in this tournament thus far.
This one is getting the outer portion of the bat there. Joseph should be able to get a second quite comfortably in the end, as we see Fraser giving chase. So they just need to get these singles going, and hopefully that will be complemented by boundaries at some point in time. That run rate we saw earlier around 6 runs per over, so it has plummeted somewhat to 5.14, 7 overs completed, 36-2. Joseph, she's there on 12, Zeta James on 1.
Yeah, man, they continue to bat well, but they need to score. In my opinion, off of all deliveries, it's a time where you turn your strike over, try to get less dot balls in the system, get your runs as much as possible. It's a heavy outfield, so you have to make up your mind that you have to run. 36-2, and these 2 batters need to step it up to give themselves a good opportunity against Guyana, because they came in the first game and really make their opponents look really small by the total that they set. They batted very well as a team.
This one is high in the air. A chance for a catch. The fielder goes back and she misses it. A difficult chance, it must be said, but she never really got herself in a position to effect that catch. Fielder there at mid-off, Munisa, in the end went for the one-handed effort, which was perhaps not recommended. But a life there for Zeta James and the Windward Islands. They're up to 38-2.
She never looked like she wanted that catch from the get-go. Never put herself in a position, and the ball evaded her, went over the head. and a chance going up big in there. They are 36 for 2.
Millington it is into her second spell. Started from the backway end, this time coming from that administrative center end. James punching this one through the covers, gets a single. So I think that would be the minimum required from the Windward Islands from this point on. Just getting the singles as much as possible. Run hard, as you mentioned. And hopefully they'll be able to get some boundaries as well.
Well, they need to get a few over the ropes for sure. At this rate, they need to get some over the boundary. You have to hit the boundary, you have to hit the boundary mark and hit it hard.
Punching this one out to deep cover. Joseph. I think they'll be looking to her to really get things going. She's been there from the start. Should be used to conditions by now. Just a reminder to our viewers that we are playing 13 overs due to the rain interruptions we had earlier. James again driving beautifully, but out to the man there at deep extra cover. Well positioned there on the extra cover boundary, limiting the opportunity there for a second.
There's something you have not seen in the tournament so far. They have not run their first run hard enough. Looking for that second round. They have to be eager. With an outfield like this, you have to be eager to come back for a second.
This one is punched down the ground for another single.
Jogged. See, mistakes on the boundary, and they are not capitalizing because they are jogging their first run.
So it's the end of another over completed. Windward Island, they are 42 for 2 after being inserted here in the second round of fixtures in the Cricket West Indies Women's T20 Blast here at the Arnesville Sporting Complex.
So just about 30 balls to go, really, in this innings, and they need to step on the pedal here, the Windward Islanders. They need to get some runs. They need to get over the infield into the boundaries to set a decent target for the Guyanese. From the way I saw them batting in the first innings, I don't think anything under 100 would pose any threat for them. Really, they seem to be a very good batting unit, the Guyanese.
You mentioned the 100, that's quite a fair distance away, Kenroy. Means that they will have to go at least 12 runs per over from here. As we see Fraser being reintroduced into the attack. Bowler solitary over earlier.
Her helmet has been sent for. Umpire is making sure that she has her helmet. I think that's one of the rules as well. You must bat in a helmet once a fast bowler comes on.
Into over number 9 in this innings. Windward Islands looking to get some momentum in the back end of this innings. They'll be hoping that James and Joseph can provide such. Sherry and Fraser, on the other hand, being the premier fast bowler in this outfit, will be looking to limit the scoring opportunities and, if possible, get a couple of breakthroughs here for the Guyana team. It's a good length delivery. Punched out to cover, no run. Not the best result there for the Windward Islands. Mentioned the need to get those singles going, scoring from as much deliveries as possible, limiting the dot deliveries, especially at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, those dot deliveries continue to haunt the Windward Islands. Need to hit those gaps.
He's swinging at this one, getting the outside portion of the bat down to third man for a single. I think that's the minimum that they will require at this stage.
Yeah, these batters need to pierce this field, get it over the ropes, put some pressure on the fielders, look for their twos, run the first one hard. Look for a total that is competitive. They are 43 for 2 and we're into the 9th over, just 13 overs to go in this game. They really need to put their foot down and get those balls in the gaps and run hard, hit the boundaries as well.
James swinging at this one outside the off stump, missing it completely. Doesn't seem to be the type of player that has a lot of power. Does seem to time the ball quite well. So I think our job will be just to hit the gaps as you mentioned. If it is possible, time these deliveries somewhere close to the boundary. The outfield doesn't help, given what we have seen earlier. This one is walked to mid-on for a single. I think Joseph is the one that they'll be looking for in terms of the big shots. Well built.
Well, she's been there from the start of play, so I should be in. And really, she should be the one who taking the charge to the Guyanese. But Guyana would be satisfied with the job that they are doing so far. They have restricted the Windward Islands to 44 for 2.
Swinging at this one, missing it. There was Joseph. Perhaps feeling the pressure as well. 15 from 21 deliveries. She'll know that there's not a lot of time left in this innings. So really throwing everything at it. That occasion, perhaps taking her eyes off the ball for a second. Missed it completely. It's not going to be easy against Fraser, was shown good lines and good lengths so far in the tournament. Short again, this time getting a bit of bat. Out to the fielder there at square leg. Does a neat job in the end. But it's the end of another over where just 3 runs were conceded. Not the result the Windward Islands were looking for, but they march on to 45 for 2. 9 overs completed.
Well, you said march on. It's a slow march, really. A slow march. They are being pegged back there by the Guyanese. Fraser has 2 overs, none for 8. That's excellent returns there for Fraser. James, she has 6 from 7, and Joseph, who's been there from the start, she's 16 from 22. So the dot balls have been increasing, and that's no problem for the Guyanese, but it creates a problem for the Windward Islands batters and their score. They just need to learn to manipulate the ball, hit it in the gap, look for 1, look for 2, press the feelers, play some intelligent cricket, smart cricket. Now the Guyanese skipper have seen it that they brought the feelers about 3/4 in to cut that off as well.
New bowler is Latchman as he's hitting this one out to extra cover.
This could have been 2.
Chance for second. Well,
Problem.
in the end, she's struggling here. Joseph was never going to be a second. James, being the quicker of the 2, made her way quite comfortably to the non-striker's end. But well spotted there from the field out there, deep extra cover, threw it to the wicket keeper's end. And in the end, Joseph goes run out for 17. The Windward Islands, they lose their 3rd. They're 46 for 2.
Just pointed that out. Just pointed that out, Asnet. They have realized that the outfield is rather heavy. They have told the fielders, the sweeper boundary fielders to come in about 3/4. That worked. They hit the ball over the top. She wasn't looking for 2. She came in, pick up a good return, and she was left stranded. She really never looked like she wanted 2 runs there. Unfortunately for her, she's going back to the pavilion. It's 45 for 2. And I think this should bring Afi Fletcher to the crease. I think that's the lady I see coming in there. I think that's Afi Fletcher. Windward's really struggling here, 45 for 2, for 3. But Guyana have displayed some excellent bowling as well. Can't take that away from them, and they have really adjusted to the field and the conditions here at Arnesville very quickly.
But having won the toss and elected to bowl first, I think it was always imperative that they put up a good bowling effort. Good bowling conditions, this must be said. Quite cool, quite overcast so far this afternoon. Fletcher played a bit of a cameo in her last encounter, 32 from 23 deliveries. She'll be hoping that she can replicate that sort of performance for the Windward Islands at this time.
Yeah, they would need that. They would need that sort of boost in this innings from Fletcher.
Smart cricket, just working it into the covers for a single. Both of these players quite nimble on their feet. Zayda James rapid in the wicket.
And this is what you need from the players. Need to know They need to understand the game and do the things which are required. This is what is required. You can't get the boundaries, knock it short, take ones, put the feelers under pressure, and try and get as much singles and twos as possible, so that, as you normally say, 1-1 will fill the basket. A runner ball would help you, not just trying to knock it out the park. Play smart cricket. Understand what is required of you.
This one is short and she's pulling it down to long on. Fielder comes around. Not going to prevent a second. So James on that occasion opting for that region of long on. Got enough bat on it. 2 more runs to the Windward Islands. 49 for free.
Still not finding that boundary rope past that.
So missing this one outside the off stump. Naya Latchman. Not a bad over from her, given the state of the game, coming into bowl in what will really be termed as a death overs, given that we're playing 13 overs this time around. That's 4 runs conceded so far. I'm sure James would be harboring thoughts of finishing on a high. Latchman will be looking to get a wicket. Next best alternative would be a dot ball, which he would have achieved. So it's the end of a very good over there from Latchman, her first. And the Windward Islands, after being inserted this morning by the Guyanese, they're 49 for free, 10 overs completed.
Yeah, you're not getting the boundaries. You have to readjust your game. You have to readjust your game. At this stage, you must assess things and see what is best for you. You're trying to go over the top. It's not happening. Try and knock the ball into the gap. Pick up the ones and twos. Put the field under pressure. Let the bowlers think differently. Let the fielders be under pressure and try and rotate the strike as much as possible. That is what the Windward Islands ought to do here. They are 49 for 3. Fletcher is at the crease. She could strike it, but she needs a momentum as well. She needs to get into her game.
You mentioned it to a momentum. That's always critical, especially in limited overs cricket. The teams that finish well in terms of their batting or bowling effort tend to carry that momentum into their second innings. So the Windward Islands will be hoping that they can finish on a high here, and that momentum or confidence can be translated to their bowling effort whenever that opportunity arises.
Yeah, surely agree with you there. It helps that team, helps every individual on the field to see that you have done pretty well. You're taking your catches, you bowl well. But as a batting team, when you strike the ball pretty well and finish on a high, it goes straight into your feeling as well.
This one is hit to short third man. As we mentioned, Zayda James quite quick. Was able to make her ground quite comfortably in the end. Not a single. 50 for free. That 50 coming up in over number 11. Over number 11 of 13, as we mentioned before.
66 balls to get 50 runs.
Munisa taking the proceedings here from the Beckway end. They've been quite prepared to utilize their spinners, the Guyanese, something that we have seen even at the men's level. The diet of spinners, they would say.
Smart cricket there. Very smart cricket. This is what you have to do. You're not getting the boundaries. Knock it around. Put the fielders under pressure. Take your ones and twos. You have to score off every delivery leading up to from here on in. You have to do that.
This time is using her feet there. Fletcher. Not getting it past the bowler there. Good fielding from our own bowling there, Munisa. Ashmini Munisa. Into over number 3 for her. None for 10 so far. Fletcher is swinging this one out to deep mid-wicket. A chance for a catch. Well taken as well. So timed it quite well there, Afi Fletcher. But just picking out the fielder there at deep mid-wicket. Came in and took a quite comfortable catch in the end. So the Windward Islands, they continue to lose wickets here. They are 51 for 4.
Yeah, good catch taken by the fielder at the mid-wicket boundary. Came in about 3/4 way and took it just about chest height. They was struck with some paw as well from Fletcher. But unfortunately, she found the fielder and she has to go back to the pavilion by an excellent catch. They are now 51 for 4. And Windward's fall even further into trouble here at Annisville. That brings another batter into the crease. And that is of Not too sure. I think that's a wicket keeper. Fontaine. Is it Fontaine? Looks like Fontaine, but you would get that from the scorers. But really a difficult position to be in here. The Windward Islands 51 for 4. 10.4 overs. Current run rate 4.78. James is on 9 from 11. Projected score is 96. Would that be enough for Guyana?
I think the projected score we're seeing on our screen is based on a 20 over projection. Just to remind our viewers that this game has been shortened to 13 overs. So just around 2.5 overs remaining in the innings. That run rate coming down to 4.86. So it has been on a downward spiral for the last few overs, thanks to some tight bowling from the Guyanese spinners. And the Windward Islands not being able to get enough balls into the gaps, not being able to find the boundaries at will. That wicket of Fletcher would really dent their progress. We mentioned the fact that she has a bit of power about her. This one is swinging again out to the same fielder there, Grimmond, and she takes it quite comfortably as well. So just an action replay of 2 deliveries earlier. Another wicket goes. Munisa gets her second. Windward Islands, they lose their 5th. They're 51 for 5.
Yeah, similar situation, similar catch, same individual, and the result is the same. 51 for 5 here at Arnisville playing field. Windward's really struggling, trying to get the ball over the fence. It's not happening. It's not happening, Osnet. They ought to readjust themselves and try and pick up the singles and the ones and the twos. They have to do that. They are not clearing the fence.
It's a big part of the ground. It's the biggest part of the ground, in fact. Both players looking to hit in that region of deep mid-wicket. It must be said, good captaincy as well from Campbell. Getting her fielders in the right places. Also, the fielder herself, Grimmond, seemed to be a very good mover in the outfield. Good pair of hands, and we have seen that manifested on 2 occasions in this over. Very good catch from her. Windward Islands really struggling to get any sort of momentum in this back end of this innings.
Guyana has been on top of them from the start. I think the 2 opening batters started well, and then they lost both of them, and then they fell into this hole that they still in, trying to dig themselves out, the Windward Islands. They are 51 for 5, 11 overs bowled, and Guyana has really stuck to their guns. They have bowled in the right areas. They have taken their chances and really did not give way. They did not give much to the Windward Islands and have really suffocated them up to this point.
Start of the 12th over. Millington it is. James still fighting hard. 9 from 12 deliveries. He's been able to walk the ball into the gaps. We mentioned not a power pack player by any means. Just need to find a way. He's driving this one beautifully out to deep extra cover. Once again, the field is well set. Bowlers seem to be bowling to a plan as well.
Yeah.
Millington into her 3rd over. None for 14 so far. So quite economical, the Guyanese spinners. Hasn't really given a lot away. Forced the Windward Island batsmen into errors. And their fielders have really backed them up as well in terms of their catching, their ground fielding. This one is short and pulled out to that field that deep mid-wicket. For a moment, they are looking for a second. James not answering in the affirmative. Another single added to the total, 53 for 5. Just around 10 deliveries remaining in this innings. Reverse sweeping this one beautifully there, Zayda James. Bit of innovation, but once again, the outfield, not the quickest we have seen. And in the end, just plugging and allowing the batsman there to get a second. But a bit of innovation there from James.
Yeah, good looking shot that is. Connected very well on the bat. And if it wasn't for the slow nature of the Arnisville playing field that it is now, that would have gone over the ropes. But a fine shot there. Good innovation, as you said. she played it very well.
A flighted delivery driven nicely there from James. Seems to be something about her, Zayda James. It's a good technique.
Yeah, she
Times the
does.
ball well. Punches the ball down the ground quite well. Good all-around player. As we mentioned, maybe not the power that the Windward Islands would like at this stage to clear the ropes, but doing quite a steady job for her team. On that occasion, leaving her back behind. Not a single taken. It's the end of a reasonable over. 6 runs coming from it. Windward Islands, they are 57 for 5. 12 overs completed.
Well, the final over is to be bowled. And looking at the bowling figures, they 2 for 8, 3 for 19, 3 for 16, 3 for 10, and 1 for 4. Excellent returns for the bowlers there for Guyana. Windwards have not really challenged that bowling attack of Guyana, and they have done exceptionally well. They have bowled a lot of dot deliveries. That is a problem in the Windward Islands innings. They are 57 for 5, and they're into the final over. Six balls remaining. James is on 13 from 15, and Fontaine is 2 from 2.
It's going to be the leg spin of Nia Latchman to finish off proceedings here for the Guyanese team. Both a solitary over so far, conceding 4 runs. Looking at the field, there's a fielder long on, deep mid wicket, long off, deep extra cover, backward point, backward square, mid wicket, and a short fine leg. So flight delivery is bold. So yorked herself there in the end. Fontaine, good piece of bowling from Latchman, bit of flight in the end, getting the off stump of Fontaine. So she gets her first wicket, and the final over starts quite unfortunately for the Windward Islands. They are now 57 for the loss of 6.
From the time that ball left her hand, it looked dangerous. And it really squeezed between bat and pad. Really yorked her. A very good delivery there by Latchman, and really removing James. A good delivery. A really good delivery. From the time it left the hands of that leg spinner, it looked dangerous, and it really removed James in fine style. So Guyana continue to take wickets here, continue to keep the Windward Islands under pressure. They have not really dominated with the bat. The wicket is a very good batting track as well. But Guyana, very disciplined in their bowling. They have backed their spinners in this innings, and they have produced. James Latchman has 1 for 4, and she has picked up a wicket. And the others have backed her up very nicely during this game. Really not much to talk about when it comes to the batting for Windwards.
New player being Noel. Should be hoping to get bat on ball, but just lobs this one straight to Cherry and Fraser there at cover. A rather soft dismissal there from Noel. And the Windward Islands, the wheels keep coming off here for them at the Annisville Sporting Complex. They are now 57 for the loss of 7.
Well, they're not too sure. They have just slumped into this position, Windwards. And they have not been able to back themselves out of this. And it continues to just rock that boat. Water keep coming inside. It's sinking slowly. A fellow commentator said that they will not pass 60. I think he's on track. 4 more deliveries, 57 for 7. Really, they should have done better. Yeah, the Windwards, but kudos to Guyana. They have played very good cricket. They have backed their spinners. The fast bowler bowled well in the good areas, didn't give much away. And one of the issues is that the Windward Islands have batted a lot of dot deliveries. Really didn't score much off of those. And they kept losing wickets. And they are now 57 for 7 in the final over.
Latchman actually on a hat-trick as well. Can we see the first hat-trick of the tournament?
Very much possible. State of the game. Deliveries remaining, what he should do, when he should do it. I think she's in a very good position to get a hat-trick.
57 for 7, the Windward Islands. Now joining us, they lost the toss and they were inserted. Not the best batting effort so far. Not the best delivery to bowl as a hat-trick delivery, as this one is down the leg side. Should be able to come back for a second, will they? I think they will. Zeta James for a while there. I think she was quite reluctant to come back for that second. But in the end, decided to. So 3 runs added to the total. Now 60 for 7. The new player being Holly Charles. What can she do with these 4 remaining deliveries? Well, she's swinging at that one outside the off stump. Missed it completely. Bit of turn as well for Latchman. Charles not really in the best position to execute that cut shot. Swinging again. Good result for her. Getting James back on strike. I think that's the least that the team would have been expecting from her. 61 for 7.
Really slow going here by the Windward Islands. Never got any momentum in this innings. They started nicely, but then just fell away as the innings continued. And Guyana has taken advantage of that. The spinners have bowled exceptionally well on this wicket. A dry wicket, but they just bowl good lines and good lengths as the leg spinner continues.
Swinging at this one, Jada, but she's caught there at short third man. So the wickets continue to crumble here for the Windward Islands. Zeta James, after making 13 runs from 15 deliveries, she's back in the pavilion. And the Windward Islands, they know 61 for the loss of 8. Just 2 deliveries remaining in the innings.
Well, she started this over with 4 runs to her name. She had none for 4. Now she has moved on to 1.4 overs. She picked up 3 wickets for 8 runs. Excellent returns for Latchman.
Just the type of over her captain would have been looking forward to. Good end to the innings for her and the Guyana team. 61 for 7. 61 for 8 actually. The Windward Islands. After that initial partnership of 29 for the first wicket. Hasn't really seen any sort of consistency in terms of partnership, consistency in terms of scoring. And that has been reflected in the final outcome so far in terms of the total, as there's an appeal for a stumping and she's gone as well. So everything seemed to be happening here for the Guyanese team. Another wicket goes. It's now 61 for the loss of 9.
She actually picked up 4 wickets in this over. Excellent bowling here by Latchman. The Windward Islands just keep losing wickets. Ball after ball.
It's actually the end of the 13 overs. As we mentioned, reduction in the number of overs in this contest due to the interruptions we had earlier, that wicket from the final delivery of the 13th over. So the Windward Islands, they will end at 61 for 9, having been inserted earlier. Remember, this is the second round of fixtures in the Cricket West Indies Women's T20 Blast. Not the best of batting efforts, Kenroy. What's your assessment of the innings?
Yeah, a really poor batting effort, except for the opening batters who had a reasonable start, and from there on in they lost those 2 wickets. Joseph batted for a long period, but really didn't get the ball away from the fielders, chucked the ball straight to the fielders, and from there on in, the win was really never trouble with the bowlers. The bowlers kept at the batters, and they really felt like pins as Guyana bowled out basically bowled out the Windward Islands team. They are 61 for 9 in 13 overs. Not an impressive batting effort here from the Windward Islanders. And Guyana seems to have a pretty good batting lineup. They should really get these runs rather easily. But cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. Who knows what would happen? But I don't think it was a very good effort by the batting team, the Windward Islands. Not a very good batting effort. Not much to talk about.
Well, we'll rejoin you for live coverage in about 10 to 15 minutes' time with the Guyanese reply. So for now, we're out.
We're back here at the Arnisville playing field. Windward Islands bowled out. 61. Remember, the overs have been reduced to 13 overs. They make it 61 for 9. Guyana doing a wonderful job with the ball. So they are continuing from the last game what they did with the ball. Bowl beautifully, bowl good lines, good errors, and picking up wickets at the right time. They only need 62 for victory. It's Guyana. They are out in the middle now. You just have to work and continue to do what they did in the first game with the bat. With me here today is to start things off. It's Kenroy Martin. Good day to you again, Kenroy.
Yeah, Keswick, welcome back. Good afternoon to the viewers. And we're here for the second half of this game. Windward Islands didn't do as well as they ought to. 61 for 9. Really not what they expected after being insulted. Batting first for the second time. And Guyana with a powerful batting lineup as we saw them in the first game really made a very easy work of their opponents, the Leewards. First delivery is on the pads. They sit in the pads and they run through for a single. Waiting on the umpire's signal really. Leg by. So Keswick, your thoughts on those and on that knock from the Windward Islands batters?
They just need to do a lot more. We saw it as well in the first game. The way how they approach batting, they just need to change that a little bit. Losing wicket at important times when they're not supposed to be losing wicket. They never had the momentum at all in this innings to get them to a good total. They came back out after the rain and never seems like they had any sort of control of the game at any point. Wide delivery from Ross.
You said a word, control. They never really took control of the game at any time. They started well, the two opening batters, but really fell away. Never catch themselves after losing those two opening batters. And I think that all comes down to the discipline. You know, understanding the game and doing what is required. This one is edged past the wicket keeper. They have gone for one and the ball just bubbled, really just bounced on the surface. Not a really fast outfield. Seems to be a rather spongy one. Because we have seen that for the past 2 days or so. Guyana now moves up for 2 without loss. Needs another 59 runs to win this game. Windwards need to do something special here.
Yeah, definitely. There's a change at the top for Guyana in terms of the openers. Money size. Trusted to start proceedings here for Guyana with the bat. Last game it was Mentor and Grimman.
Yeah, I think they're trying to get the score as fast as possible. Looking at the tournament, rain and so on, I think the aggregate and so on will be coming to play. Those things you have to look at. But there's a packed onside field as well here for this bowler, left arm seamer. This one is driven up, taking a quick single. Could be some trouble. Go through at the stump, misses all three. That should have been a close one. That would have been a close one if they struck those 3 stumps.
Had a good aim as well as Afi Fletcher. Good work from both batters at the crease. Munisan, Grimman, good quick single. Probably would have thought I would have seen someone like a Glasgow with ball in hand, new ball in hand. Decide to go with Ross, the left arm seamer.
And immediately I've seen the difference in approach when it comes to batting. They're running their runs quickly, they're challenging the fielders, and they're looking for their singles. They're running the first one hard. So they probably have already assessed, as I said, the situation and really adjusted their game.
Definitely. We saw Grimman in the first innings take a liking into the Leeward Island bowlers. She scored 33. So they would definitely love to get that again, Guyana.
Again, quick single. And they're looking for 2. That's what I'm talking about. Smart cricket by these Guyanese.
You mentioned it. You mentioned it in the Windward Island innings. They were not capitalizing on those misfields from the Guyana team. This time Edwards diving over that one, causing the Guyana to get 2. So 2 to finish that over. This is really good work here from Guyana. The score is 6 without loss. Skipper with ball in hand.
Yeah, good start here by Guyana. Excellent start. 6 in the first over without any undue risk. Putting the ball in the gap, turning the strike over, and a really good start to them for this innings. Just need another 50-odd runs to win this game. And really, it's good to see the ladies taking on the fielders, pressing, looking for 2. That is something we have not seen. And the dot deliveries, they are basically going to run a ball now. So they need to improve on that as well.
Well, you made mention of it not just today, especially on the first day. We realize that a lot of these teams, they are not running the first one hard, knowing the conditions here now at the Arnisville playing field regarding the outfield, especially outside that 30 yards. It's a bit sluggish. But Guyana realized that it's a bit sluggish. They will have to run. So anything that's been messed up by any fielder on the Windward's team, they look forward to. So they strike the ball well to the fielders. Any sort of mistakes, they always look for 2. And this is good from Guyana, noticing that.
Yeah, good adjustment to the game. As we see Ross this. Left arm. Full delivery outside here, something driven straight to the fielder again. That is something we have seen. Just striking the ball straight to the fielder with a little bit easing it off, get it backward point or so. Piercing the gap. We have not seen much of that. Technically.
It's a packed offside field. Cherry there at third, man. Down the ground is Munisa. Didn't really get a lot of connection. A little bit of a mishap there between Munisa and Skipper James.
And immediately see they took off a run. Ball just trickling out to third man, and immediately they took off for a run and got a leg by.
Well, it's a packed offside field. You seen Cherry there at third man. Affy Fletcher, backward point. Charles is at cover. Joseph at extra cover.
So James have bowled 3 deliveries so far. Grayman is on strike. It's a tossed it delivery, and immediately she calls for single and turn back. And now they will get the single. Mistakes, and they have capitalized. And that is what you need to do on surface like these, on playing fields like these. Capitalize on the mistakes of when the fielders make them. Good cricket here by the Guyanese. Excellent.
Well, they noticed how the outfield is. So they are smart in terms of any sort of mistake the Windward Island fielders make. They usually capitalize on it, and this is good. This is good from them. They have been playing smart cricket, looking at their cricket and Trinidad and Jamaica.
This one is a loud appeal, seems to be heading down leg, but some trouble here. The finger goes up, she's run out. Looking for that single. She wasn't sure if the umpire would have put up that index finger, but she goes run out, and an excellent break here for the Windward Islands.
No reason for that run. There's no reason for it. Munisa has to go. Not sure what she was looking at. She just sets off. Not something that the Guyana wants. But she has to go. First blow for the Volcanoes. The score is 8-1.
Yeah, really. Just chipped down the track, looking to use her feet to the spinner. It was a faster delivery, striking her pad, and she didn't stop. She kept running down the wicket and found herself in trouble. Halfway there, she realized that her partner wasn't responding. She tried to get back to that crease, and she was short of her ground. Wicketkeeper Fontaine pulling off the bails, and Windwards have gotten their first wicket here through the run-out route, and Guyana are 8-1. Unfortunately for them, but fortunately for the Windward Islands, they have struck. And that brings, is it Monasaw? No, I'm not too sure who's under the helmet. We'll get that soon. New Guyanese batter. But James have bowled some tight lines so far. 4 deliveries, 1 run. Scotch Derby. Yeah, she had a good knock as well in that first innings. Seems to be the lady in form as well. She'll be facing James. Good one, first delivery, and she's off the mark right away. Straight bat, and that's something that we have seen to have improved in this cricket. A lot of them been playing across the line. They are playing with a straighter bat in this innings.
Which is nice. This is definitely something nice. And she played pretty well in the first game as well as Gujnabi.
Yeah.
All-rounder bowler, a pretty decent spell in the first game. Came in and bat at number 3 and played some really good shots around the ground. Lost a wicket just before they actually went over that line of victory. But she really played a good innings in that first game. They would want her to do that this game again. Continue their winning ways.
But this Greyman, he's 4 from 4 deliveries. Gachnabi is 1 from 1. Guyana 9 for 1. And it's with Zeda. No, it's the left arm seamer. Rather unorthodox field here. It's for left arm seamer. Packed onside field. This one is one outside here, some fuller delivery. There's a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, a short fine leg, a mid wicket, a mid on. And there's a short extra cover point. No third man, and a mid off. And you're bowling a off stump line, Keswick. Strange feeling it.
He needs to swing that ball back in.
Again, outside the off stump. Why?
And she's bowling full outside the line of the off stump. So a deep mid wicket is not needed presently. Probably a third man is a better option if it's a situation that she's bowling on the stump and it's coming back in to the right hander.
There we go.
Then it's accepted. Guess they're listening. Change of feel immediately. That third man is being introduced. There's no fine leg now. So she cannot bowl too straight because then it's an easy flick on fine leg.
She does it. She bowls on the pad. Easy leg by. Taken by these 2 batters, Gachnabi and Greyman.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us, remember this is the Women T20 Blaze. CWI Women T20 Blaze. We have 3 games today. The first one, Windward Islands versus Guyana, playing presently. And at 2:30, Jamaica versus Trinidad. And at 7 tonight, Barbados versus the Leeward Islands.
This one is pressed nicely through backward point. She's gone for 1. She's coming back for 2. It just holds up in front of the ropes. But a fine looking shot there by Greyman. Lovely shot that was.
Oh, she's playing nicely. I find she's one of those type of players that plays on the up nicely as well. She plays the ball on the bounce. Looks a good opening batter. Plays the ball through the offside nicely. One of the few players that plays through the offside nicely.
This one is
finding the edge again. A bit fortuitous there. Fortuitous.
Yeah.
Edge that is.
But she's bowling a full length, and she's bowling outside of the off stump. Really and truly, the feel that has been set is not that sort of feel for this kind of bowling. And she's really, I think she's at a disadvantage here, really. Should have had a packed offside field and continue to bowl at length. Oh, that's a full toss being worked through mid-on. First boundary I've seen for the day. 4 runs it is.
Well, the outfield is not going to stop that. Gajnabi packed with a bit of power, full delivery. She's always going to get a boundary with those. Good shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, and what was good about that is that she found the gap. She placed it, it was hit on the ground as well, and they ran off the face of the outfield, something we have not seen for the past 2 days, and it went into the fence for 4. I think that's the first 4 I've seen for the day. Off the batter for batter. It's 17 for 1. Remember, it's been reduced to 13 overs. Here between these 2 teams, we have some interruptions through the rain, and it's going to be a fight here. 17 for 1, over number 2 completed. James is with the ball, and she's trying to dislodge one of these Guyanese batters in Gajnabi and Greymon. Gajnabi is on 5 from 5, and Greymon is 7 from 6. It's Ross. Flighted delivery is driven nicely, covers straight to the fielder, and they were off before that ball got to her. And I'm telling you that they have already assessed the situation and had done their homework and doing very well.
Running to the wicket nicely.
Yeah.
What I like about this Guyana team is that they're playing everything on merit.
Yeah.
Haven't been under any sort of pressure for the tournament. This is just the second day. Yes, only their second game. Haven't been put under pressure to try to come out and play rash shots. Finding the edge here. It's Gajnabi running away to the boundary. Wouldn't get there though. Another 2 added to the score.
Yeah, good flighted delivery there by James. She took the pace off that one and really just in front of the batter, hitting the outer portion of the bat. Good delivery. Nobody in that area. So 2 runs to Gajnabi, 2 runs to Guyana, 20 for 1. But that was a pretty good delivery. Ball there by James. So on a good one, she's using her feet nicely, Keswick. That's very good to see.
Nice. Something that I like to see, especially at this level in females cricket. Female using their feet, also sweeping the ball. Playing with a straight bat is Gajnabi. Good work there behind point by Afi Fletcher. I looked at her the other day and I had a conversation with Afi and I'm like, I don't think you're getting old at all. You're just getting younger every time I see you. Running around the field, doing job with both bat, ball.
Yeah, she's just a sight to see on the playing field for the Windward Islands. She's a burst of energy. She's excellent at what she does. She gives it 150% all times. That's what I'm seeing coming from Afi Fletcher. That is why she has been that successful for the Windwards and for the West Indies.
And you could see as well, you could see the difference in terms of the quality of players, whether they play international or they're just playing regional level. You look at James and you could see that she's above the rest, not saying that she's way better than everybody else, but you could see the quality from her, from Afi, from Glasgow. That's a really good shot from Grimman, finding the gap between point. It wouldn't get to the boundary, but it's the placement. Opening the face of the bat, making good connection. You could see that she opened up the face to get it behind point. This is good work here from Grimman. I like what I'm seeing from her, young player.
Yeah, she threaded the gap sweetly, man. That went through the backward point and really raced off the face of the playing field. That should have been a 4. Really, it's a fine shot played by her, but only 2 on this surface. But an excellent shot played by Greymon. She looks very good. She looks like she's in very good touch as well. Timing the ball sweetly, playing each ball on its merit, and doing what is required. Running the first one hard and challenging the fielder.
Well, she was the main aggressor in the last game as well against the Leeward Islands. She came out in this game again and she's showing just that. Looks like she's in great touch. This is just only the second day of the tournament, the second round. But looking at the first round, the players that really stand out for me. The captain of Guyana in Campbell, the captain for Jamaica, Henry from Jamaica, Afi Fletcher from the Windward Islands as well. Really played well. Also, Elliott picked up 5 wickets against Trinidad.
Yeah.
And I must make special mention to Anisa Mohammed. The way how she captained that game against Barbados was exceptional. I think that victory belongs to her in terms of how she captained that game. It was really good from her.
Yeah, you really could have seen the experience coming out from Anisa Mohammed in that game. She moved from deep mid-wicket in every over. She took that position as her own and she marshaled the troops there, and really a fine display of leadership from her there.
probably one of the older players in this tournament, but she's not cool at all, Martin. You did mention running from deep mid-wicket to deep mid-wicket. And this is cut just in front of cover. Good shot here from Gujnabi. Another 2. They'll have to run for their runs here. They're not going to get boundaries easy.
You have to work for it. You have to work for the runs here. And the Guyanese have already understand that. And they are pushing hard for the first one and looking for the second. And I think the other teams should take a page out of the Guyanese book thus far. And this will test their fitness as well. This will test their fitness as well. The mental ability, their fitness. This would come into play. Beautifully played through the square legs, through mid-wicket area. Flighted delivery from Afi. But a good use of the feet, working it to mid-wicket and picking up another single.
Easy going here for Guyana. They're not in any sort of rush. Just 39 runs to get. As I mentioned, they have never been put on any sort of pressure to really have to go helter-skelter.
And what is obvious here as well, Keswick, is that they have not tried to go over the top either. Knowing that there are some long boundaries, the outfield is heavy, they have really readjusted their game and playing in accordance with the conditions which are there. They have not tried to go over the top at any time.
This could look dangerous. This looks dangerous. Fontaine appeal. But no, said umpire Bradwit.
Seems very confident there, Fontaine. A little bit disappointed as well, but the umpire is in the best position to make that decision. Not out says the umpire as the Fletcher over comes to an end. A pretty good over as well too.
She has been bowling like an international star. Playing in a regional tournament, you would want that from your international players. Showing the reason why they're at international status. Or why they have international status. Glasgow now is with ball in hand. She has to do something special if they need a chance here to even put up a fight.
Yeah, I'm liking the combination for the Windwards here. Afi Fletcher at one end, Glasgow being introduced to the other end. This tells me that they're thinking about their cricket. These two players have to do well for them. If they are to get through this Guyanese batting, Glasgow has to bowl well, Fletcher has to bowl well, and really knock back a few wickets or so. Just about 60-odd runs to get in this 13 overs affair. They need to get amongst the wickets. But Guyana has denied them so far. They have batted pretty well. Except for that mistake with that run out, they have looked very circumspect. So Glasgow with ball in hand, 26 for 1. 5 overs completed, 5.1. First delivery from Glasgow. Good one outside the house, a lovely placement, well played, good feeling that feeler, backward point. I think that's James. Really good all-round cricket here from these teams.
Something of note is that we didn't see her bowl in any overs in the power play. I would have liked to see her bowl at least 1 over in that power play. Remember, it's been reduced to 13 overs. So it's less over now in the power play.
Yeah.
Power play now has been reduced to about 4 overs. So she didn't bowl any over in that power play. She has been asked by the skipper to bowl outside the power play today.
This one is short and pulled over mid-wicket. Where is that one? Over the fence. 6-run signal by the umpire. We have not seen much of that. But she climbed into that one, Grimon, and smashed it over mid-wicket for 6. Lovely shot.
Aggressive. Really good shot from Grimon. All intent to hit it for 6. And it's a huge hit as well, Martin. As you mentioned, we weren't expecting that, but it was short. And she was up for it, Grimon.
Glasgow again. Outside, some lovely shot through cover. She's gone for one. She's coming back hard for the second. So that's what we're talking about. Excellent running between these two. After such a fine shot, she drove that nicely through covers and called for 2 more runs.
Definitely playing a complete cricket game here is Guyana. They came out, they bowled pretty well, feel well, and now they're batting like stars.
Yes,
Grimon on 18.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. This batting lineup for Guyana looks really good. These batters looking very circumspect. This one is outside. Some wide signal by the umpire. Left alone by Grimon as well. Lovely conditions here for cricket. Cool. After 12 it is. The sun has been hidden by some clouds above. Been interrupted all year today by some rain.
You mentioned this after lunch. I'll give you a joke after this delivery, Martin.
It's Glasgow. Pitched up. This one is driven with some power, but there's a sweeper there in our way who does the feeling and just lobs it back to the wicketkeeper, who takes it with one hand. Another single.
I could remember playing on the 19 cricket, and there was a player. He was asked a question by a coach because rain was falling, so we were in the stands waiting for the rain to stop to continue the practice match.
Lovely shot. Open the face. Timed it nicely. Down to third man. James is after it. Picks it up. Lovely slide. Back into the wicket keeper. So some really good cricket here been played by these Guyanese batters, Grayman and Gajnabi. Excellent running as well. 14 to Gajnabi from 14 and Grimon 19 from 14.
Really good work from the two. As I continue with that story, Martin, I'm not going to let it go.
No, you would not. This one is driven back with some power. My God, that was struck with some power. Skipping out the wave, Glasgow, and fielded there by it. It looks like Fletcher, who does the cleaning up at mid-off. The over comes and then it's 40 for 1. Over number 6 have been completed. 40 for 1 Guyana. Easy, easy. Nice and easy. They are going very nicely here, these two batters, Grayman and Gajnabi.
They just need to continue from there. Something that they did pretty well in the first game against the Windward Islands. Partnership of 32 of 25 deliveries.
So Afi Fletcher trying to break through this partnership. Good partnership so far between these two. Fletcher out of Grenada. Flighted delivery, lovely. Use of the feet. Got it on the full but didn't get the gap. Finding, look like Joseph at mid-wicket who does the feeling. 40 for 1. Good delivery by Fletcher again. Bouncing as well. Sneak, another single. So the Guyanese just sneaking a few singles on the Windward Islanders, just holding back on the circle. And the Guyanese have really taken advantage of that. Just playing it nice and soft and taking off for a single. This one is a straighter delivery. Seems to be in some trouble there is Grayman.
Just looking at the offside here, Martin, everybody's on the circle. No one is pressing to try save that single inside there. Swept and swept fine by Grayman. They could get to here easy. Good work from Cherry.
Easy pickings here for Guyana. 1s and 2s. It's called for that. The outfield is not fast. You have to do a lot of running. You have to work for your runs here at Annisville. Rather spongy outfield around this time. 21 to Grayman from 16 deliveries. This one is flighted and beats outside the off stump. The bails are whipped off. There by the wicket keeper. Frontenaire seems to have some very good hands. Excellent. Quick. Catches the ball nicely as well. Very much impressed with her keeping. Guyana 43 for 1. Required run rate is 3.56. This one is short and she's pulling it down to fine leg. She's gone for 1. Joseph is doing the chasing. She picks up, returns comes in, and they collect another 2 runs. So Fletcher, in a spell of 2 overs, she has gone for 8 runs. Joseph got 17, Crafton got 14, James got 13, 4 for 8 for Latchman, Grayman got 2 for 16, and Monassa got 2 for 10. That was the first innings. We are here at the second innings where Guyana is on 45 for 1, Grayman is on 23 from 18 deliveries, and Gajnabi is on 16 from 17. Fletcher has completed her 2 overs for 8 runs.
Easy pickings from here on in. Shouldn't really be any sort of trouble here now to really get across the line, Guyana.
Well, as Guyana tried to get across the line, he's doing some very good work. I'll now invite our fellow commentator, Osnet Cater, to rejoin you as I take a water break from the commentator's booth and allow you to describe the rest of the action here at Annesville between these 2 teams.
So Cherry's with ball in hand now. Off spinner. She has to do a lot to contain these 2 batters. Just making a little bit of an adjustment to the field. The fine leg was out. Brought in short fine leg, mostly on the 45, that is. This looks close. This looks close. It looks like the ball hit the hands of Cherry. We're not sure. We're waiting. Grimmon was walking. We're waiting on umpire Bradley to make the decision. Afi walking back to her fielding position. A bit angry. Grimmon was already walking. Looks like the ball hit the hands of Cherry. What do you have to say about that, Kato?
Interesting sequence of events. You mentioned the batsman. I think she gave up. Grimmon. She already resigned to the fact that she was dismissed. But I think the umpire has some reservations about whether or not the ball would have hit the hand here of Cherry. Cherry seemed to be quite confident that it did. So an interesting sequence of events on that occasion as this one is pulled down to long on for a single.
A strong throw from Glasgow. Just a single though. There's a lot to like about Gajnabi and how she go about her innings. She uses her feet well. Plays the ball straight.
.46 for 1 into over number 8 of this reply from the Guyanese team, chasing a total of 62. So just around 16 runs remain, 19 runs to get. Actually, that Duckworth Lewis would have adjusted the total for the Guyanese to chase. This one, a bit of a mix-up there, miscommunication in the middle. Haven't seen a lot of that from these 2. They batted well. .47 for 1. Just 18 runs required from 5.2 overs. Quite fair to say that the Guyanese team, they're in the driver's seat as we see another drive there from Gajnabi. Down the ground for an easy single. Score moves up to 48 for 1. This partnership, 40 from 36 deliveries. So they've been able to score at a reasonable rate. Just around 6.1 free runs per over. that would have really dented any sort of hopes that the Windward Islands would have had. Sweeping at this one, Grimmon, not making any sort of contact. But it's been a lesson to be learned here from the way the Guyanese team have gone about their business. They've done it professionally, they've done it efficiently, as another over comes to an end. Just 3 runs conceded there from Cherry. But the Guyanese, they're well on their way, 48 for 1.
Well, I think that the Guyanese team has really outplayed the Windward Islands team in all aspects of the cricket today. They have done exceptionally well with the ball, and now they have proven themselves to be even better with the bat. 48 for 1, doing exceptionally well. And really, I don't think the Windward Islands really brought a challenge to them in any area of the cricket thus far. They have really dominated every aspect of it, and they look like the much better team. They look very drilled, disciplined. They understand what is required of them. I think they are a little bit senior when it comes to the experience and ages and so on, but they have done exceptionally well against the Windward Islands. Things that the Windwards need to look at is the way that they go about their innings, the dot deliveries, the first run, they're not running hard enough. They're not looking to capitalize on the mistakes of the fielders and so on. But Guyana came out and they have done that during their batting, and they have done what they're supposed to do in the bowling, bowl in the right areas, take the catches, and really stifle the Windward Islands batters. And they never got a momentum, and they have dominated this game from ball one, Guyana.
Spot on there, Kenroy. It's been what we'll call a professional performance from the Guyanese so far. They've done their job efficiently. Their big players have really stepped up. Their spinners stifle the progress of the Windward Islands. As we see Fletcher trying to work with some magic here for the Windward Island team. Afi Fletcher, a household name around the Caribbean as it relates to women cricket, has done well for the West Indies on the international stage. You can see why. Has a degree of control over her leg breaks. A bit of tone as well. But so far, the Guyanese have been able to nullify whatever threat that she has presented. Into a third over, none for 8. So rather economical from her. But the Windward Islands, if they were to really mount any sort of resistance or progress, they needed something in that fourth column from Afi Fletcher.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. How's that? This one is being spun to covers straight to the fielder, something we have seen repeated in this tournament where players have played some fine shot, but just finding the fielders.
It's all part of the development of these players, assessing what they would have done wrong, just a matter of angling the bat perhaps, getting the angles correct, something that they can work on throughout the tournament. That's something we're hoping we can get, as we've seen a bit of a googly there from Afi Fletcher.
Yeah, that was nice. It came out the hand nicely. And Greenman, Gajnabi was playing for the leg break, and it came back. And fortunately for her, it didn't bounce onto the stumps, but well bowled, Afi Fletcher. Well bowled.
Showing a full repertoire of skills here. So he's using her feet there, Gajnabi, and that's something that we've admired about her in this innings, the use of the feet. It's not something we see a lot in modern day cricket, whether men or women. But it's always refreshing to see somebody being willing to use their feet, get to the pitch of the ball. It always opens options for you as a batsman in terms of scoring, keeps the bowler on the guessing to some extent as well.
Yeah, lovely, 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 lovely to look at is Gajnabi down the track, driving down to mid-on. And she's really dancing into those deliveries. Lovely to look at.
This one is beaten outside the off stump again there, Grimmon. We've seen it on a couple of occasions from Afi Fletcher, just getting the ball to turn just enough to evade that shot from Grimmon. So dot ball to end the over. And at the end of 9 overs, the Guyanese, they are 49 for 1. They require further 16 runs from 4 overs.
Yeah, some excellent batting by these two. After that run out, they have settled down and batted really nicely for Guyana. Grimmon, she has 24 from 22. And Gajnabi, she's 19 from 25. Just a few more deliveries and she would really like to be. But Guyana, they are not in any rush. Really, they have 16 more runs to get with just about 4 overs remaining. And they have just about 9 wickets in hand. Should be easy pickings for them. But cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. Things could happen. But we have not seen that sort of enthusiasm and energy from the Windward's team to cause such.
It's going to be Cherry to continue into her second over. Driving this one again nicely down the ground there, Gajnabi. Seems to be an area that she favors in terms of down the ground. Not going across the line by any means. It's using the full face of the bat. And that's, especially here at the Annesville playing field, you'll get value for your runs going down the ground.
And that is something that we have seen a very, very, very vast improvement really by the players on this second day. This is the first game of the first game in the second day. And the first day we had a lot of persons hitting the ball across the line and getting out at mid-wicket. Most of the runs were scored in the mid-wicket area. Now this morning we have seen a lot of the runs being scored mid-on, mid-off, just like that, straight up, straight down. So that tells you that they have done their homework and they have understand what is required of them.
I think that's refreshing to see. I think from a neutral perspective, looking on as a West Indies supporter, that's what you want to see in terms of incremental increases, improvements in the way these players operate, whether batting, bowling, fielding. As this one is cut, but straight to the woman there at backward point, and it's dropped. Quite simple chance. I think it's Zayda James.
Yes, James.
Normally a very good fielder, Zayda. That one was cut straight to her. In the end, spilled it. And that basically offers the opportunity there for Grimman to live another day. Guyana, they are 53 for 1.
Popped in and popped out. Easy as Sunday morning. This is a lovely shot. Over backward point, giving ourselves some room. It would get close to the boundary rope, but excellent fielding by Zayda. And they are back for 3. Excellent running by these two. Great cricket all round.
Very good cricket all around. We mentioned a very good shot there from Gajnabi, giving herself a bit of room. She has checked to do that on a couple of occasions. This time, getting it over the infield. Good work in the field there from Zayda James, but just going to prevent the third run. I think it's actually first triple we have seen for the day in terms of running. Both of these players really pushing each other in terms of running between the wickets. Sweeping this one is Gajnabi again. Out to deep mid-wicket for another single. Doing it quite easily here, the Guyanese. 55 for 1.
Yeah, they displayed the same sort of confidence and occupation of the crease, and they have played with that sort of confidence in this game as well. Their first game, they came out and they really played against the Windward Islands, making easy work for their batters, came out and make things look rather easy. Same thing that Gajnabi and Grimman is doing here. Seems to be very adept to what they are doing, and they have their roles and their responsibilities, and they have really sunk into those roles and responsibilities and batted excellent for Guyana again in this the second game, both Gajnabi and Grimman.
57 for 1, 10 overs completed. So just 3 overs remaining in this innings. That required run rate, quite academic really, 2.67. 8 runs required from these 3 overs. Both of these players quite comfortable in terms of their scoring. This one again punched down the ground, an area that we have seen being peppered to some extent.
Like the word they use, the mid-wicket area was peppered in the first day. Now mid-on and mid-off, long on has been peppered. That is what you want to see from cricketers at this level. Straight bat. And they have not really tried to go over the top either. They have hit the ball on the floor, pick up the ones and the twos, knowing that there are some longer boundaries and the outfield is a bit heavy. Guyana have really adjusted fine and doing a really good job.
Lots of work here for the Windward Islands to do, not only in the remainder of this game, but if they are to really get back into contention for the tournament. Finishing last in the previous tournament, only a solitary win. I'm sure at the start of this tournament, they've been looking for improvement in terms of that. 2 games in, They've really struggled for any sort of consistency so far. As another single is taken, 59 for 1. Just as a unit, they just need to do the basics better, I think, in terms of batting, getting some partnerships going, walking the ball into the gaps. And of course, they're big players, the players that have had international experience, the likes of Glasgow, Afi Fletcher. They'll need those players to come good for them.
Yeah, they need to come to the party for the Windward Islands. Seems to be struggling all the areas, really, for me, from what I've seen, especially batting. Need to look at those areas, those positions as to where they are batting their lower batters, the middle order batters, the opening batters. Started well today, but didn't really carry on. After that, no one made an impact on the Guyanese bowling. They got 20 odd to start as another single down to mid-on. As you say, that area has been peppered in this inning so far. 60 for 1. Guyana, commanding position they are in.
Indeed so. Quite comfortable at this time, both of these players. Both right-handers. Similar build. Was played in a similar way in terms of just walking the ball into the gaps. And we've seen a bit of power on a couple of occasions. Grimman hitting that huge 6 over square leg earlier. As another single is taken, score moves up to 62 for 1. Just requiring a further 3 runs to take this one home, the Guyanese.
Well, easy pickings here for the Guyanese. Windward's never looked or never even competed in this game. As James continued to bowl for Windwards. But Guyana on their merry way here at Arnesville in their second game on the second day of this West Indies T20 tournament. T20 blast here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You're looking at West Indies women's tournament. Spectacular to look at the future of West Indies cricket right here at Arnesville playing field. And the Guyana has been the dominant force to be dealt with here this morning. Guyana Windwards never really looked as a unit. They never really played the cricket that was expected of them. Never got on top of the game, and Guyana has dominated every aspect of this game. No letting up, Guyana. They are 62 for 1. 11 overs bowled. Another 2 overs required, and they need another just about 3 runs from 12 deliveries. Commanding position they are in. Dominant performance, the Guyanese. But they look very well drilled, Guyana. These batters look like they're in very good form and they understand their roles and their responsibility. Gajnabi and the Grimman.
It's going to be Naisha Cherry to continue proceedings into over number 12 of 13. So they'll be looking to finish it in this over, the Guyanese, as this one is hit high into the air, an opportunity for a catch. Glasgow comes in and takes it quite comfortably in the end. So a solitary wicket here for Cherry. And the Guyanese, they lose their second. Gajnabi goes for 26. And the total is 62 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, the first time we have seen that for the day, trying to go over the top. Other than that 6 that was hit over mid-wicket with some power, trying to finish in a flurry and ended up losing a wicket. There is Gajnabi. She walks back to the pavilion, very disappointed, I should think. After doing so much work and bringing the score so close, she should have been able to get home safely with a not out next to her name, but she walks back to the pavilion, out caught, bowled Cherry. Joseph taking a pretty good catch there as well.
It's actually Grimman, though, was dismissed. Both players, as we mentioned before, quite similar build, right-handers. So Grimman was the one dismissed on that occasion. She went for 30 from 29 deliveries, so she would have played her part in the efforts of the Guyanese so far, responding to 61 for 9 made by the Windward Islands women. New player is Shawmin Campbell. So if you look at the top order for the Guyanese, quite stacked with experience and class and quality. Charmaine Campbell, a West Indies player as well. Captain of this outfit. Just requiring 3 runs from 11 deliveries. Windward's looking to make it as difficult as possible for the Guyanese here. Using her feet there on that occasion, again, something that the Guyanese batsmen seem to be quite prepared to do. Something that you would have done a lot in your heyday, Kenroy Martin.
Yeah, I think the Guyanese are very adept to spin bowling, and they have learned to use their feet from a very young age. They don't really bat in the crease as she tugs that one through mid-wicket square leg area. She's born for 1, she's back for 2. So as I said, the good run between these Guyanese batters continues as the score becomes level here. And that is very impressive to see from these women from Guyana, chipping, driving the ball along to mid-on, mid-off, flicking it through mid-wicket, using her wrist, turning it to square leg, and those sort of things. That's excellent to see from batters at this level. The Guyanese batters have displayed such skills. This one is hit high and hard, trying to go over the top, looking to end in a flurry, loses a wicket. Loses her wicket there, the skipper. Trying to finish it in a big one. Long boundaries out there. She goes out caught. Windwards have picked up wicket number 2 here. Well, 3 wickets here. And really no need for that.
Yes, as you mentioned, just trying to finish the game on a high there. The captain, Campbell, sure she'll be quite disappointed with that. Picking out the longest part of the boundary here at the Annesville Sporting Complex. That fielder there, deep mid-wicket. It's coming in and taking a quite comfortable catch in the end. So a couple of wickets, unnecessary wickets, I would say, being lost here by the Guyanese women. But they're still in pole position to cross the line here and claim a victory in this encounter. They're 64 for 3.
My old coach would say you need a spanking for that. No need to do that. It's all good to end in a flurry, but the thing is that you have lost the wicket unnecessarily. So that brings a new batter to the crease. Campbell goes back just for 2 from 2 deliveries. Didn't really trouble the scorers that much. But Gajnabi, who's been there from the start, she's on 26 from 31. Mangu has come to the crease with just 1 to get for Guyana. This one is hit out. She's falling short, just short of the feeler at cover. So all kind of things happening here now. Just 1 run to go. Is this a little panic stepping into the camp? Can't be. I don't think so.
Well, the Guyana is trying to make this game as interesting as possible, based on what we've seen from up here in the Comanche box. Delivery hit out to a squarish cover. Diving forward, just going to take the catch. Just falling just short of out there. And Gajnabi looking for a single, but in the end, returned to a crease quite comfortably. This one is a bit of an educated edge, as they would say, but Guyana will take it as they take this encounter, the first encounter of the round number 2 in this Cricket West Indies Women's T20 Blast, getting up to the total of 65 for 3. Winning this one by 7 wickets.
Yeah, dominant performance again by the Guyanese. As you see on the board, Ross 2 for 12, James 3 for 13, Fletcher 3 for 9, Glasgow 1 for 14, and Cherry 3 for 14, picking up 2 wickets in the end there. Unnecessary wickets here for the Guyanese, but they have dominated this game thus far, and they have played a complete game. As you said, very, very, very well drilled team. They know what they're about. They came, dominated from ball 1, and never gave the Windwards a sniff at winning this game or even winning a session. Guyana, they have dominated from ball 1, and deservedly they have won this game handsomely, 65 for 3. And as you say, pop goes the weasel.
A very professional performance from the Guyanese team, making it 2 wins out of 2 in this tournament. They've started brightly. All areas of their game seem to be coming together at this time. In terms of the Windward Islands, though, they will really have to go back to the drawing boards and try and get some sort of momentum back into their performances. They'll need their big players to step up as well. But in this encounter, just falling short of the Guyanese women. So we will take a break and we will return with match number 2 of this tournament. Match up between Jamaica women and the Trinidad and Tobago women. So until then, we'll take a short break. We will join you with live action at 2:30 p.m. this afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome to the second match in this Cricket West Indies T20 Blaze. Match between Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago. The first match was won by Guyana, defeating the Windward Islands. Have an exciting encounter here today between these two teams that look in form, both of them winning their first game, respectively. Jamaica beating Windward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago defeating Barbados. Two teams that look well planned and they executed quite well in their first encounter. I am joined by my co-commentator, Mr. Osnet Kato. Good afternoon to you, Osnet.
Good afternoon to you, Stacey, and good afternoon to all our viewers, wherever you're looking at this broadcast from. Thankfully, we have seen an improvement in the weather, so we're hoping that we'll continue to get some good cricket here in this Women's T20 Blaze.
Indeed. So the news from the middle, Jamaica, they won the toss and decided that batting first is the way to go. Trinidad and Tobago, captain Anisa Mohammed with ball in hand. The two batters in the middle, Rashada Williams and Julian Morgan at the non-strikers end. So Mohammed to Williams. First delivery edged and put down by Cooper in the slip. It's a key wicket as well. We would have loved to see the back of Rashada early. She carried her bat in that first game versus Windward Islands, scoring 41 from 49. So a missed opportunity very early from Trinidad and Tobago.
Indeed so. A difficult chance, it must be said. One that has to be taken, as you mentioned. Williams, a key player for the Jamaicans at the top of the order. Diving away to our left there was Cooper, but just couldn't hold on. So a life early earned, but Jamaica they're up and running, one without loss.
Morgan, more watchful on that occasion. Anisa Mohammed, of course, is a very experienced player, bowler. We saw that in the way she captained Trinidad and Tobago to victory in that first game versus Barbados.
Indeed so, a West Indian player as well, showing her full repertoire of skills in this tournament so far, by way of leadership as well as her own skills with the ball.
Yeah, almost picking up that wicket of Rashada Williams. When you check through the history, recent history of these two teams, Jamaica in the last three encounters, they've beaten Trinidad and Tobago. There's something Trinidad and Tobago will be looking to put to right in this match today. Just guided in that short third area to get off the mark, Julian Morgan.
It's going to be a tough ask for the Trinidad and Tobago team. The Jamaicans being the defending champions in this tournament. They really have to have a good day in the field. All aspects of their games have to come together. They're bowling first. They will want to restrict the Jamaicans to a lower total as possible. And then hopefully their batsmen can put their hand up and be counted.
Just edge, yes, the finger goes up. And she didn't take long to get her wicket of Rashada Williams and Anisa Mohammed, and she's on the board. Trinidad and Tobago as well, striking very early in this game.
Very good piece of bowling there from Anisa Mohammed. All of her skills, as I mentioned before, coming to the forefront. Getting a bit of drift away from the right-handers. We saw that the first delivery bowled in this innings, getting the outside edge of Williams. Cooper in the slip couldn't complete the catch. On this occasion, a very good take there by the wicket-keeper. Williams perhaps playing for a bit of tone that never came. Ball just kept going on with the arm. So a very good breakthrough for the Trinidad and Tobago team. A big wicket there of Rashada Williams, and Jamaica, they are 2 for 1.
Yeah, mentioned the experience of Anisa Mohammed. Experience coming for Jamaica as well in Shidi Nation, coming in at number 3. Didn't have the best time in the middle in the first game. She was dismissed for very low total, faced a lot number of deliveries as well. They should be hoping she could make up in this game. The Trinidad and Tobago boy, they'll be up and about with that first wicket. A very key piece in this match for Trinidad and Tobago. So Nation to face the last ball in this first over. It's cut uppishly. She manages to get it through that vacant area at short third to get off the mark as well. First over done, 3 for 1.
Very good over there from Anissa Mohammed. Setting the pace for her team. Starting proceedings with the new ball. Never an easy task, especially as a spinner. Just using her skills, using her angles quite well in that over, especially against those right-handers. Getting the ball to move away quite appreciably with the angle. And really accounted for the wicket there of Williams. So very good start from the Trinidad and Tobago team. They'll be hoping that they can continue to put pressure on this Jamaica unit. Jamaica, on the other hand, they'll be hoping for a partnership of some sort.
Yeah, and just to give you the lineup for today, Trinidad and Tobago, you have Anissa Mohammed, Sunil Sao, keeper, Amrita Ramtahal, Brittany Cooper, Janaba Joseph, Corbina Alexander, Leon Kirby, Rachel Vincent, Samara Ramnath, Steffi Sugrim, and Shalini Samaru replaces Kanisha Isaac. I give you the lineup for Jamaica. Steffi Sugrim with ball in hand, something you've come to expect from Trinidad and Tobago, a young left-arm orthodox coming into the attack in the power play. Her main role has always been to keep it tight, and she does that quite well. In that first game, she picked up 3 wickets as well. 3 wickets for 15 runs in that first encounter versus Barbados or Trinidad and Tobago. So Sugrim to Nation. Very full, very flighted delivery. Caught Nation in no man's land there. Might feel that she missed out on that one.
Bit of flight earlier on in the piece. Almost yorked her with that delivery. It's a good start from her.
Yeah, needed some footwork on that occasion to get it away. Better delivery there.
It's a type of tournament that you're looking forward to seeing how the youngsters perform at this level. They're able to elevate their games to the extent that they're a bit consistent. So players like Sugrim, it's good to see them coming into their own.
Similar delivery. Playing back to Sugrim. Yes, I agree with you, Osnet. Last year in this tournament, she had the best economy rate of 2.2, Sugrim. So it's a role that she plays well for the team, just keeping things tight. Started well in the tournament so far and started well today also. This one is pulled down and hit straight back to Sugrim, who strikes. So Nation has to go back, and Jamaica in a spot of bother early, 3 for 2.
Very good start from the Trinidad and Tobago women. Nation never really looked settled at the crease. Struggled for timing on this occasion. A delivery short of a length. Looking to pull that one through mid-wicket. Perhaps just skidding on a bit more than she expected. In the end, presenting a simple catching opportunity there for Sugrim, who accepted it gleefully. And she gets her first. Jamaica struggling here earlier on in this encounter. They are free for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, two of the better batters are already back in the hut. Yes, Henry is to come, but you don't want to expose Henry so early and putting pressure on the middle to lower order. But new batter in is Abigail Bryce, played in that under-19 tournament as well for West Indies. She has a job to do for her team. They need to form a partnership. Julianne Morgan at the other end, just facing 3 balls, 1 run to her name. She's seen it all on the other. So Bryce to Sugrim. Getting close to it, driving it, but for no run. And I mentioned in the last 3 encounters between these 2 teams in this tournament, Jamaica, they showed their dominance against Trinidad and Tobago. I mentioned that Trinidad and Tobago, the sort of fighting team that they are, they will want to put that record right. So I'll just give you the scores from those last 3 games. As the over comes to an end, Jamaica, they are 3 for 2 after 2 overs. So yes, in 2022, Jamaica, they scored 133 runs. They bowled out Trinidad for 55. In 2023, Jamaica batting first scored 115 for 9. And Trinidad in the reply could only manage to get to 109 for 9. Really close encounter there. In 2024, Trinidad and Tobago, they batted first. They were dismissed for 98. Jamaica in reply 98 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago, though, they've started well in this game. Two spinners in operation, doing really well for their team. Something you've grown to expect from the likes of Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. Healthy diet of spin from both of these nations. Bit of excitement there, but only from the bowler.
Struggling to get any sort of momentum into innings here, Jamaica. Morgan, you mentioned she has been at the opposite end to all the action that has taken place.
Mohammed in her first game, she bowled 3 overs, 10 runs, and picked up 1 wicket. So the economy rate is good, and she's already started well with that wicket to her name. So it's a hard bowler to get away.
It's getting that drift again, away from the right-handers. Jamaican top order so far hasn't been able to counter that in any way. Struggling to get runs, struggling to get the ball into the gaps. So Trinidad and Tobago dominant so far.
Marlon gets that one into the gap, gets a single, gets off strike as well.
They definitely more of that sort of cricket. Working the ball into the gaps, running hard. It's a ground that you're not going to see a lot of boundaries being scored. So it's an area that all the teams have to be mindful of. Running hard between the wickets, ensuring that they do not soak up a lot of dot balls.
Bit of width offered on that occasion. Walked into the gap. They won't look for 2. So Bryce off the mark with that single. That ends the over as well. Jamaica 5 for 2.
Rather see it started from the Jamaicans, having won the toss, elected to bat first. They have been hoping for better returns at this stage. 3 overs completed so far in the power play. So from their perspective, they'll be quite disappointed that they've not been able to get runs. They've not been able to pierce the gaps. They've not been able to score boundaries in this power play. Losing those 2 big wickets would really dent their progress. Trinidad and Tobago, they'll be quite pleased with their start so far.
Sugrim to continue. Bryce new into the middle, looks certain of what she's doing, decisive in her footwork so far. So a bit of a partnership is required between her and Morgan. Get Jamaica out of the trouble that they're in early. Plays this one bit uppishly, but landing just in front of Leon Kirby, who does well.
Another flighty delivery there from Sugrim. Tends to give the ball generous air. Bryce on that occasion looking to go across the line to some extent. I think she'd be better served going down the ground.
Tries to take it to the outside that time. It's been really tight bowling from Trinidad and Tobago. Can't get the big hits away. Need to at least find a way to rotate strike Jamaica. Takes this one across to the leg side. Still no run. The fielding has also been really good. Good movement there by Samaru to our left. Another dot. Could be a maiden over here in the power play. Drives it well, but straight to the fielder. And a maiden for the 4th. And Jamaica remains on 5 for 2.
Impressive there from Sugrim and the Trinidad and Tobago women team just continue to put pressure on the Jamaican unit. Just get the feeling that something has to give at some point in time. Bryson in that over looking to go across the line. I think it's good captaincy as well. The field on the leg side is up, offering that opportunity for the batsmen to feel that they can actually go over the onside. Very good bowling from Sugrim. Doesn't turn the ball a great deal. Tends to use our changes of pace, changes of length. And that has really worked for her so well in this tournament so far.
Change of bowling now. Samara Ramnath, another off spinner, but tends to bowl that leg spin delivery to the right-handed batters. Anisa Mohammed in slip. And again, the stranglehold continues for Jamaica. What Trinidad and Tobago have done so well, particularly bowling to Morgan, who loves to strike the ball down the ground. They haven't given her that fuller length ball that can allow her to hit the bowlers down the ground. They've just been holding back their length a touch, and it's working quite well. Into the surface is how they've been bowling to her, and it's paying off.
So 8 consistent dot deliveries. Jamaica going nowhere quickly at this time. Trinidad really enforcing. This one is walked down to short third man for a single. It's a better result for Morgan and the Jamaican team. 6 for 2.
Yeah, and with these two batters in the middle, Bryce, she's been making good connection, hasn't been able to find the gap though. Just a bit of conversation, a bit of communication between the two of them in terms of how they can go about scoring runs in this pressure-filled period. Yes, 2 wickets down, but if you continue to just keep hitting it to the fielders, you're not going to score runs, obviously. And Trinidad and Tobago will continue to be on top. So a conversation needs to be had in terms of the areas that they can look to target to get singles or maybe 2s.
Not a dot delivery. So Ramnath here just following up the good work done by the openers. Mohammed.
Swan Fuller drifting in between bat and pad, almost taking the leg stump. After 5 overs, Jamaica women 6 for 2.
Yes, Ramnath just following up on the good work done by Mohammed and Sugrim. So far, the Jamaican women haven't been able to get any sort of momentum into their batting effort. They've struggled to get the ball into the gaps. They've not been able to exert any sort of pressure back onto the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. All the bowlers so far, a diet of spin as you mentioned, and they have been able to have a stranglehold of some sort. Jamaica scoring just around 1.2 runs per over, so not what you would envision in a T20 encounter, especially in the power play. As we see another change of bowling again. Samaru coming into the attack. Last over of the power play.
Yes, I count 4 spinners for Trinidad and Tobago on the field from my knowledge. Then correct me if I'm wrong. But at some point in time, they'll have to use the likes of Leon Kirby or Amrita Ramtahal. Both of them, though, bowled really well in that first encounter. Kirby picking up 2 wickets as well. So, change of bowling, spin continues. Shalini Samaru replacing Kanisha Isaacs today. And what can happen in this period as well, when you get yourself in this sort of mood where you're just looking to survive, because that's what I'm seeing from both of the batters. Deliveries might come that can be put away and you'll fail to do that.
Slight change in the field. Man now back at deep mid wicket. One of those fielders in the circle on the offside, now relocated to just being square on the leg side. So the 2 fielders out are the fielder there at deep extra cover and the deep mid wicket.
Some width offered that time. Gets a run though, just a single. Good field placement, having the protection on the cover boundary and mid-wicket boundary as well.
Trinidad and Tobago team seem to be up for this one. Mention haven't had the best results in recent past. But versus Jamaica, that is.
That one somehow on the line of the leg stump. Could have been looking to play it a bit squarer. Just hitting it to that fielder. It's short mid-wicket. Some width, but you see the experience coming from Anisa Mohammed, recognizing that, Summer, it's her first game. She doesn't have the sort of experience as herself, Sugrim does bowling. So she decided to take herself out of slip and give her protection in the cover area. And there you go. Good field setting, saving one. So a good over still, just one run coming from it. Jamaica, after the power play, 7 for 2.
The sedate mode of operation continues here for the Jamaican team. Having won the toss and batting first, they are 7 for 2 at the end of the power play. I think it's safe to say that's the lowest power play total in the tournament thus far. Haven't seen a boundary hit in the power play here in this encounter. Trinidad and Tobago team having a stronger hold on the Jamaicans. Morgan 4 from 14 and Bryce 1 from 15. So strike rates, nothing to really write home about. But it's an opportunity for them to really try and get through this difficult phase. Now that the power play is out, it will be interesting to see how Captain Mohammed operates by way of our fielders outside the circle. Whether or not she'll give the opportunity for the Jamaicans to get a bit more space in the infield. But based on what we're seeing so far, still just 2 men out.
Yeah, and it's a conversation that we've had time and time again since the beginning of this tournament. The number of dot balls that's been faced, 37 balls has been bowled in this inning so far, 30 of them being dot deliveries. And not able to get a hold of the spinners.
Top ball percentage, Stacey, and really a cause for concern. It's an area that the region on a whole has to improve on, not just the Jamaicans.
In some discomfort there, Julian Morgan got the length that she enjoys, but not able to get it over the infield. Hit it straight to Leon Kirby, and right away skipper Mohammed sends her back, willing to risk a boundary. Rightly so. Leg spin and delivery that time. Good movement by Cooper, not able to cut it off though. Good backing up by Rachel Vincent. And what you're seeing here from Trinidad and Tobago, they're well planned. You look at the way they're moving in the field. They're a unit that looks together, looking confident as well. You have to give them that.
Agreed. Confidence is a big part of sport. They've made a confident start, and you're seeing this confidence being reflected in the way they have operated by way of their bowling, fielding so far.
Looking to take that one down the ground. Bryce, not able to make any sort of connection on it.
I think Bryce will be feeling the pressure here. She has hit a couple of good shots, but straight to the fielders. So it has led to her strike rate being somewhat on the lower side, 1 from 16 deliveries so far. Being a young player that she is, I'm sure she'll be feeling the pressure at some point.
Gets it into the gap that time. No sort of timing on it though, and they only run 1. So again, no sort of pressure on the field. And just a single to end the 7th. Jamaica 9 for 2.
Yes, definitely a chance for a second on that occasion. Morgan, though, not looking the most mobile in the wicket. Bryce was quite prepared to come back for the second on that occasion as she punched that one through the covers, finding the gap on that occasion. But another good over, just 2 runs coming from it. From Ramnat, Jamaica, they move up to 9 for 2. I said move up, I use that term quite loosely. They crawl up to 9 for 2, 7 overs completed.
Yeah, they have to look at bowlers to target. As I mentioned, Samaru is in for her first game in this tournament, replacing Isaacs. Maybe this is a bowler that they can look to target. Use of the feet right away. She tries but fails as Anisa Mohammed just takes a simple catch. And another one has to go back. Jamaica in all sorts of trouble here at the Annisvale playing field.
I mentioned that Bryce would be feeling the pressure. 2 from 17 deliveries. Samaru starting her second over, having bowled over 1 run so far. There was Bryce looking to use her feet and going down the ground, not timing it to any extent. Presented a simple opportunity there for Captain Mohammed. She caught quite easily in the end. And the Jamaicans, the struggle continues for them. They are 9 for 3. We're in over number 8. Yes, over number 8. A run rate of 1.26 runs per over. Not the best of starts from the Jamaicans.
Yeah, so you can't really blame Bryce there for trying to go at Samaru. As I mentioned before, if it's one bowler on show, you'll want to target is the bowler that's coming in for her new game, her first game of the tournament. But good bowling from Samaru. He pulled a length back on that occasion. Couldn't get under it, Bryce, and just a top edge of sorts that went to Mohammed. But what I would say is what Bryce failed to do along with Morgan in that period after losing those 2 wickets is the construction of the innings. When Bryce came out, she was just looking to go hard at every delivery when she really should have been looking to construct the innings, build the innings, get herself in, find the gaps, walk the ball around. Instead, that allowed pressure to be heaped on her, which accounted for her dismissal in the end. So, different prospect now in the middle, Chanel Henry, who gets off the mark right away.
10 for 3. Henry, a powerful player. Jamaica will be hoping that she can find a bit of balance in terms of trying to play herself in. You know, she has all the shots, all the power. But a difficult situation for her to come into at this time.
It's been a while since I've seen her leave alone in a T20 game. Left alone on that occasion, Morgan. Tucking her up nicely, Samaru.
I think the struggle for Morgan, something we mentioned all, is that she's not the most mobile in the wicket in terms of getting those quick singles, and she hasn't been able to score boundaries at will. So she's stuck somewhere in between trying to get singles as well as trying to play those big shots. So far, none of them has worked.
Gets a hold of that one, but out to cover. Well set field, so just a single. Didn't time it well, but the important thing is that she got it over the infield.
Bit of a release shot there from Morgan. Delivery flighted to some extent outside the off stump. Looking to go over the offside. Getting just enough bat on it to evade those fielders in the circle. So another single to the total, 11 for 3.
Hit a bit uppishly, just past a diving fielder at point. He managed to come back for 2.
Busy start here from Chanel Henry. Coming back, trying to cut that one behind point. Getting it past the man there at backward point. Just 2 runs. So the end of another over. It's an over where they lost the wicket as well, the Jamaican team. They are 13 for 3. 8 overs completed.
Yeah, a lot will rest on Chanel Henry's shoulder if they are to get up to any sort of fight in total, Jamaica. Safe to say she'll have to bat the remaining 12, hasn't it?
Well, I'll tell you what, if she bats the remaining 12, I'm sure the Jamaican team would have mounted somewhat of a recovery. She's one of those players that will score quite freely, given her timing and her power, her experience as well at the highest level. But as I mentioned, need to get herself in, get a partnership going, get some sort of momentum and wrestle back this initiative from the Trinidad and Tobago team. As this one is powered down the ground. Good hit from Morgan. It's Sugrim coming around, limiting the batsman to a single.
Yeah, that's the length that she wants to get Morgan. Try and take it down the ground. That's an area of strength for her, going down the ground. But the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers have bowled that well to her. She hasn't been able to get that free scoring shot that she likes to play. Henry now on strike. It's a tough situation for her, obviously. 14 for 3 in the 9th. But given the caliber of player that she is, I think she should look at it as a challenge to build character. That like spinning delivery to start to Henry.
I think from the Trinidad and Tobago perspective as well, they don't want to be too defensive to Henry. They want to do what they've been doing all along so far in the innings, in terms of just putting pressure on the batsmen, especially within the circle itself.
Another one, that time called wide. I agree with you. As soon as Henry came, you saw the spread of the field. As they know that she'll take her opportunity to go big, but still, I'll still like to see a slip in place, especially if Ramnath is going to bowl that leg spin to her. Nicely bowled, but turning away, but too much so, and called wide.
It's odd on our line in this over so far, a couple of occasions, Ramnath. Still very good figures, 2.2 overs, none for 6.
Bit full at that time, played out to the cover area. Diving Vincent keeps it to 1. Cooper cleans it up.
I think the message from the coaching staff would be that Morgan just try and get as much of a strike to Henry as possible. So working the ball into the gaps.
Straight to the field. I think she's put it down though. Yes, she has. Looked as if she didn't expect it to come her way, Ramtahal. She puts it down. The players get around her.
I was just about to mention that it's a brilliant catch, going away to her left. Not timing that one well. Morgan looking to go for that big shot again. So operating contrastingly to what I mentioned in terms of getting the strike to Henry. Seem to be prepared to play those big shots. Efforts that have been quite futile so far in this innings. Seven from 23 deliveries. You can understand the type of pressure that she's under. Still a lot of overs to go. You don't want a situation where you're 17 for 4.
On the line of leg stump that time. And Alexander does the cleaning up. So it's a single to end the 9th. And Henry is going to be starved of the strike to start the next over. Jamaica 18 for 3.
9 overs completed, so just around 2 runs per over. The Jamaicans, they're scoring at way below what they would have anticipated at the start of play. Chanel Henry, she's there on 4. Morgan, who has been there from the start, she's on 8 from 25 deliveries. Trying to show some aggression, but not too successful so far in terms of getting those boundaries. Still stand by my point in terms of just trying to get a partnership going by walking the ball into the gaps and giving Henry as much of the strike as possible.
Waited on that one, looking to work it to the square area. Vincent looking to have some footwork there. Didn't get a boot to it. And they managed to come through for a single. Not good in the context of how things have been going for Trinidad and Tobago.
I was just about to say that is more in line with what we expect from Morgan at this stage. There was a conscious effort there just to walk the ball to the left of the field that they had square leg. Rather delayed single, got through in the end.
leaving that one outside the off stump. You look at the way Henry has approached the inning so far. Yes, Jamaica is in a spot of bother, but she's still showing composure. That one is more in her half. She hits it out to that vacant area between long on and mid-wicket. Sam Ramnath cleans up, and it's just a single though. I think she was disappointed that she didn't get more.
Not very good cricket there from the Jamaicans. We spoke about the need to be aggressive in terms of your running, but Morgan, as we said, not the most mobile cricketer you would see between the stumps. Henry there getting quite disappointed that she wasn't able to get 2 runs.
This time it's in the air, it's over, but straight into the hands of Ramnath, who takes a simple catch, and that ends the misery for Julian Morgan, who's been dismissed for 9 of 27 deliveries.
Choosing the wrong option, in my opinion, on that occasion, trying to clear the biggest side of the ground against the wind as well. A quite stiff wind blowing here at the Annisvale Sporting Complex, but a very good catch there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And as you mentioned, the end of agonizingly painstaking innings there from Morgan. 9 from 27 deliveries. Jamaica, they are 20 for 4 in a spot of bother here in this second encounter of round number 2 in the Cricket West Indies T20 Blast. We'll take a short break as the players get some refreshments, and we'll rejoin you in a couple of minutes' time.
Yeah, so we're back. Jamaica 20 for 4 in the 10th over. Shalini Samaru replacing Kanisha Isaac. She's picked up 2. And you go back to that dismissal of Julian Morgan. We were speaking about it off here, Osnet. The importance of running your runs. Should have been 2. Next ball, she was dismissed. So Samaru to bowl to the new batter, Lena Scott, drives it upishly, but not close enough for Samaru to take any sort of return catch. So Lena Scott, another young player for Jamaica. It's a bit pulled down, kept a bit low. She's looking for a single. Henry is definitely not moving. It was hit straight to Sugrim. And that ends the 10th. Jamaica 20 for 4.
Another very good over there from Samaru. 3 overs, 2 for 7. A successful over for her and the Trinidad and Tobago women's team. Jamaica continue to struggle. A very sedate start from them. Halfway through the innings, they're 20 for 4. Hasn't been able to get any sort of partnerships going so far in this innings. Chanel Henry is still there. She's still a ray of hope for the Jamaican team. But she will definitely need to get things going quite quickly as well, if they are to make any sort of competitive total in this encounter.
Yeah, so Ramnath to continue. Henry playing this one. Good fielding there by Janaba Joseph. Quick on her feet. This one played high in the air but over the infield. Anissa Mohammed on the boundary. Janaba chases it. Does well. They pick up 2.
Better running from the Jamaican team. Scott seemed to be more prepared to put some pressure on the fielders. I'm sure Henry will welcome that addition. Getting 2 runs quite comfortably. Flighted delivery outside the off stump. He's looking to go big over extra cover. Getting the outer portion of the bat. So a bit of aggressive intent from Henry.
Yeah, starting that leg spin delivery too wide. And with it turning in that direction, it was always going to end up wide on that occasion from Ramnath. I'm impressed with her skills though, as that dexterity to bowl both off spin and leg spin. This one is hit in the air, down the ground. Cooper's there. I think she put it down and they look for 2. They managed to take it, but that certainly would have been a nail in the coffin for Jamaica. Good effort by Cooper. Puts it down.
Indeed, so we just spoke about the aggressive intent of Chanel Henry, despite the fact that they've lost 4 wickets so far. Looking to go down the ground. Making good coverage there was Cooper. Diving away to her right. In the end, just couldn't hold on. So a life here for Chanel Henry and the Jamaican team. Score moves up to 25 for 4.
That time not called wide. She's not too happy with that call, Henry.
It's an interesting call there from the umpire. He's been quite consistent in terms of his wide calling, especially with Ramnath bowling. She has ordered on a couple of occasions so far in this spell.
Out to cover, it will challenge the field on the boundary and it gets there. Is that the first boundary in the innings? I believe it is. Off the bat of Chanel Henry. Jamaica 29 for 4.
A bit of power coming into play here from Chanel Henry. Long levers and seem to time the ball quite well. This time aiming through extra cover, getting it out to that region for 4. Mentioned first boundary coming in the 11th over. So quite overdue from a Jamaican perspective. How big a miss that would be in terms of that drop catch from Brittany Cooper earlier on in the over.
Yeah, she made good ground. Cooper got there but just didn't manage to hold on. So a dot to finish. The best over for Jamaica. 9 runs coming from it. Jamaica 29 for 4.
29 for 4, 11 overs completed. That run rate going up to some extent. At one point they were scoring just around 1 run per over. So it has shown an incremental increase. Not to the extent that the Jamaicans would want though, especially at this stage. Still 9 overs to go, and I think it's important that Chanel Henry really assess the situation in terms of how she's going to operate from this point onwards. Her general tendency will be to be attacking, especially when those deliveries are in her half or in her zone, as we would say. But she has to be mindful that the innings itself hinders on how well she performs.
Looking to sweep across the line. Doesn't make connection. There's a stifled appeal, but umpire Afron Bayam is not interested. And yes, I mean, this situation for Chanel Henry, it's risk versus reward, it's survival versus run scoring. Because she knows, as Samaru runs into Scott, missing this one outside the off stump, if she stays, they should be able to get to maybe close to possibly 100 if she's able to maximize the remaining overs, that is. And the other end of it, if she gets out, where will they end up? So it's very tough. It's a test of, as I said, her character as a player, as an individual. It requires great mental fortitude from here on out. Chanel Henry.
I'm loving the field as well from Captain Mohammed. Just one field out, that fielder deep mid-wicket. So showing a lot of attacking instincts. Herself stationed at slip. New player Scott hasn't been able to get going so far. None from 6 deliveries. So not giving them the room to work with in terms of spaces in the inner circle to get those singles. Starving Chanel Henry up the strike. So I think it's good captaincy from Anisa Mohammed.
Yeah, she did something similar in the game against Barbados on their way to victory versus Kaishona Knight. Use of the feet, gets it over the infield. And she gets a single. She's off the map now, Lena Scott. Henry is on strike, 2 balls remaining. Well, 1 ball remaining in the over.
That shot was always on the cards, having faced 4 dot deliveries in the over. Scott looking to go big. Choosing that area out at deep mid-wicket. So well stationed out there, that fielder.
Plays it quite late, looking to pierce that gap between backward point and point. And it's a dot to finish. So a wonderful spell of bowling from Shalini Samaru. Mentioned it's her first game of this tournament, replacing Kanisha Isaacs. And she has brilliant returns of 4 overs, 8 runs and 2 wickets.
Well done to the young lady. Samaru coming into a pressure situation against the defending champions. Really stood out. 4 overs, 2 for 8. She was able to cause problems with her changes of pace, usage of different angles. I'm sure the captain will be quite pleased with her efforts. Jamaica 30 for 4. Chanel Henry, she's there on 13. Scott, she's there on 1. Current run rate just around 2.5 runs per over. Nothing near what would be enough.
Change of bowling as well. I mentioned that there are only 4 spinners that I counted out there for Trinidad and Tobago. So at some point in time, they'll have to go to more pace on the ball. So the medium pace of Amrita Ramtahal is being employed by the skipper, Anisa Mohammed. Lena Scott on strike. Tight fields as usual. Just that one fielder out. Corbin Alexander on the mid-wicket fence. Starts on a bad line. They'll run, but it'll crash into the boundary for sure. And Lena Scott picks up a boundary. That was an errant delivery to start from Amrita Ramtahal, and it's been punished.
Not the best start from Ramtahal. Delivery on the line of the leg stump, offering the opportunity there for Scott to just swivel on that one. Just needed to get some bat on it. There was no fielder back on the fine leg boundary. And in the end, getting a welcome boundary for herself and the Jamaican team. They're up to 34 for 4.
Yeah, an important phase of the game. 4 overs of pace has to come from somewhere for Trinidad and Tobago. This one is a loud appeal and the finger goes up. So what a riposte from young Amrita Ramtahal. First delivery went for 4. The next one, better line delivery. Caught Scott going nowhere. Caught on the crease, and she's been adjudged LBW.
Very good response there from Ramtahal, having been hit for a boundary of a first delivery of the over. This time around, a delivery coming back into Scott. Seemed to have played all around it. In the end, the umpire there judging that one to be heading onto the stumps. So a very good breakthrough again for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Jamaica, they lose their 5th. They're 34 for 5 into over number 13.
Yeah, I was just about to mention the 4 overs of pace. They have to back up what the spinners have done so far in this match. Amrita Ramtahal, yes, she started poorly, but managed to redeem herself, picking up that wicket for her team.
I think Scott would have misjudged the line of that delivery. She was expecting a delivery similar to what she played previously. That occasion just got herself in somewhat of a tangle and wasn't able to get any sort of bat on that delivery, and it was always going to be an easy decision there for the umpire.
Yeah, I feel I have to look at her action a bit, but it looked like she was tricked because of the angle of her release. Amrita Ramtahal, Kenisha Ferran, a new batter in. Looks as if it's always coming down and it's going out, coming into you, Amrita Ramtahal. But once she gets it on that line and length, as she did for that ball that dismissed Ferran, I beg your pardon, Lena Scott, it will always be dangerous playing across the line. So Ferran, the new batter, this one is full and it's played with power down the ground, over mid-on for another boundary. So 2-4s coming in this over now, despite the wicket.
Not the best delivery there from Ramtahal. A full toss, asking to be hit. Ferran getting hold of it and evading the fielder there at mid-on into the fence for her first boundary. Boundaries have been rather scarce commodity in this innings. Jamaica, they are up to 38 for 5.
Driving that one. So now the skipper is asking for 2 fielders on the boundary to go on the boundary. I beg your pardon. Just to keep, it's the last ball of the over, just to keep Henry off strike. I wonder what they'll do, Jamaica, if they'll take the single or if they'll just allow Henry to face the ball of the first ball of the next over. Swatted away to the onside. They should look for 2. I really think they should. Yes, they'll get it quite easily. So I think that's a good result for Jamaica. Henry is on strike and 10 runs coming off that over. Jamaica 40 for 5.
A good over there for the Jamaican team. They'll be disappointed that they lost Scott in that over. But 10 runs is definitely an upgrade on what we've seen so far in this innings. Into over number 13. Ferran seemed to be quite a quite busy player in the wickets, running hard in as well. Something that they will need in these remaining 7 overs if they are to mount any sort of competitive total. Chanel Henry has been starved of the strike somewhat. Only faced 13 deliveries so far.
Yeah, Ferran coming in at number 7. She has opened the batting before for Jamaica. So definitely has ability with the bat. You've seen that. She's 6 or 4 deliveries. So the new bowler, well, not new, but replacement bowler, Shalini Samaru. Good returns for her. 2 wickets, 8 runs. Steffi Sugrim now replaces her. This one is high. It's in the air. I don't think a fielder will get there. Oh, really good effort from Brittany Cooper. But it's another drop chance. She made all the ground coming around, but just unable to hold on once again.
Another difficult opportunity there for Brittany Cooper. You can see her just trying to figure out why is it that she can't get this wicket. Chanel Henry again looking to go big. Mentioned she has been starved of the strike, so that may have contributed to that lapse in concentration. Just need to calm down herself a bit. Still 7 overs to go, as we mentioned before. So quite a few deliveries that she can work with. Try and build a partnership, get some momentum back into this batting effort.
And you look at those figures for Steffi Sugrim. That was the first run off her bowling. 13 deliveries to get 1 run from Steffi Sugrim. Wonderful stuff. Almost picking up a wicket as well. Could have been 2 wickets without a run scored.
She's been brilliant so far in this spell, Sugrim. Stifled the Jamaican batsman. Hasn't been able to play with any sort of fluency, these batsmen, especially against her. Conceding 1 run so far in her spell.
Played with a nice straight bat. On that occasion, Ferran looks good, but definitely need those sorts of shots to be runs. 41 for 5, not going anywhere. Jamaica, can they finish the rest of this innings in a canter? Try and get them somewhere close to 100 at least. Looking to use the crease there. Try and take it from the off stump over to that leg side, but missing it on that occasion, Ferran.
Not the best option, I would say, against Sugrim. Bowling quite straight. There's a mid-off and mid-on in the circle. I think a better option would be to go straight. Looking to go across the line on that occasion, Ferran, sorry.
I agree with you, and she's also looking to hit her quite straight. The field is up. Now the field is going back Kirby and Alexander. But the field was up on the offside. So a better option could have been using the angle with which Sugrim is operating, which she's a left-arm orthodox bowler. The ball is going away from her. Looking to hit her quite straight. Should have been looking to go over the infield. But now the field is back. Yes, just one run coming from that over. 41 for 5, 14 overs bowled.
Quite miserly here, Sugrim. 3 overs, 1 for 1. Hasn't given anything away. Hasn't offered a lot of scoring opportunities for the Jamaican team. 41 for 5, 6 overs remaining in this innings. How much will they get? A run of ball will get them up to 77. I'm not sure if that would be enough for this Trinidad and Tobago team. But a lot of that hinges on whether or not we can see some sort of display from Chanel Henry. We've seen glimpses of her power so far in this innings, but she has also offered opportunities for her dismissal, which hasn't been accepted by the Trinidad and Tobago fielders, most notably Cooper. A couple of difficult chances, it must be said. But it's the type of chances that you want to take in terms of just driving home the initiative for your team.
So a change of bowling. Ramtahal is being replaced by Leon Kirby, who picked up 2 wickets in that game against Barbados. Used her changes of pace very well. Didn't try to overcomplicate things, just bowled it on a nice spot and picked up 2 wickets to her name. Henry is facing her though. First ball played out to cover, straight to Janaba. There's another one of those overs of spin. This will be of pace, I beg your pardon. And when I say pace, I use that term lightly, wasn't it? But more pace on the ball than the spinners for sure. Can they use these overs to try and push the scoring rate on Jamaica, because they've been stifled by the spinners? They managed to pick up 10 off that Ramtahal over. How much can they get off Kirby? Full delivery, but very slow and dipping. Extremely slow from Kirby, a very experienced woman.
I think it's a good result for the Trinidad and Tobago team in terms of getting Henry off strike on the first delivery of this over. So to be left to Ferran to see how well she can manipulate whatever is served up at her in the remainder of this over.
This one is hit high in the air. Can it beat the fielder? Yes. Oh, a bit of football skills, but couldn't get it back in the infield. It goes over the rope, and it's another boundary for Jamaica.
A very good result there from Ferran. Another slow delivery going across the line this time. Timing it well. Out to deep mid-wicket. Bit of footballing skills. I think it's safe to say that we'll not see that player being signed anytime soon by any professional football team. Just basically parrot it over the boundary. So a good result for Ferran and the Jamaican team. The score moves up to 46 for 5.
Yeah, I agree with you. Alexander, you'll have to stick to cricket. So Leon Kirby on just getting all the way across to the off stump to take that one to the leg side. A single the result. So a lot of risk involved in that shot. Lucky for her, she didn't miss it. She gets a single, she's off the strike. 2 more balls for Henry to see how much she can maximize the rest of this over.
Well played in the end, it must be said. Going across her stumps, trying to open that leg side field.
Taking it away from her swinging arc. Smart bowling there from Leon Kirby.
It's not been a bad innings from Ferran so far. She has managed to get the strike to Henry on occasions. Herself not scoring at the snail-like pace of her predecessors. 11 from 12.
That's a good connection. But the fielder is there. Cooper. 8 runs coming from that over. Jamaica 49 for 5.
Getting a bit of momentum into their innings. Previous over going for 10. This over for 8. Over from the pacers, that is. Seem to like the pace coming onto the ball a bit more. They haven't been able to walk the spinners to any extent. I think it's going to be Captain Mohammed to reintroduce herself into the attack. So more spin from the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yeah, of the few boundaries hit so far in this innings, just one coming from the spinners. The others have been off of Ram Tahal and Leon Kirby. And pace on the ball. So Mohammed with her third.
Figures of 1 for 5 so far. She's been brilliant. That opening spell really set the tone for her team.
Yeah, this is the last phase of the game. 5 overs remaining. 29 balls now. How many more can Jamaica get in this last phase of the game? Working this one to the onside. Got some footballers on this team, hasn't it? A lot of footwork. Some footwork on that occasion from Shalini Samaru.
They're showing their full repertoire of skills. Saw them in the warm-up session. Playing a bit of football, something that is practiced quite a bit in modern-day cricket. On that occasion, a bit more effective than previously.
It's in the air, but no sort of power to get to the field. Kirby. Yeah, 150 up there as well for Jamaica. But what I'm seeing from the fielders is how switched on they are. Seeing a number of fielders just keeping their eye on the skipper, just getting the attention of the skipper, wondering if the angle is correct. That is showing how switched on these Trinidad and Tobago fielders are.
That's what you want to see as well. It shows that they're thinking about the game, looking to improve not only their individual performances, but as a team itself. So it's good to see. It's been reflected in terms of how well they've bowled so far. A couple of drop catches would have really tarnished that effort to some extent.
Last delivery coming up in this over from Mohammed. Two runs only from this over so far. Can she get a boundary here, Ferran? It's a foolish delivery. They're looking for a single. It's been a bit of miscommunication between those two, but they managed to get away with it. A bit of fumble from Ramnath allows them to get a single. After 16, Jamaica 52 for 5.
Mohammed continues to impress her in this tournament. Just 3 runs conceded in that over. Figures of 3 overs, 1 for 8 so far. Jamaica continue to push on to some extent. 52 for 5. Just 4 overs remaining in the innings though. They'll want to maximize the use of these 24 deliveries. Get something close to that 90 to 100 mark. It's going to be difficult given what we've seen from the Trinidadians so far. Critical over coming up. Another over of seam. Something that they've shown preference for. at least in this innings so far.
Yeah, Kirby though, when she runs in, but delivers it like she's bowling some off spin, extremely slow, some flight as well. A fair and on strike to her though. Juven, they're looking for a single, can't get it. They're tight on the infield there on the offside, Trinidad and Tobago.
They've actually fortified the leg side field. We're now seeing a fielder at deep square leg and the deep mid wicket, along with a long on. So that leg side preference for Ferran is countered to some extent.
This one on the line of the leg stump. Walk to the short fine area. Diving stop there by Shalini Samaru, keeps it to 1. Henry now is on strike.
Jamaica will need Henry here to exert some sort of dominance if they are to get up to a competitive total. 17 from 17 deliveries. Hasn't been a bad effort by no means, but just needs a bit more impetus to propel the Jamaican total.
Gets all the way across to the offside. Followed on that occasion, Kirby, and it's just a single. Really experienced, intelligent bowling from Leon Kirby.
Yeah, spotted the movement there from Henry quite early. Followed her to some extent. In the end, limited her to a single down to long on. So that's a good result from the Trinidad and Tobago perspective. As long as they're able to limit the boundaries within this last 4 overs or so, I'm sure they'll be quite pleased. 54 for 5. Quite pedestrian, the Jamaican team throughout this entire innings.
Still more dots, a lot of dots in this match. Lots of dots, and it's continuing to pile on.
That one well bowled again from Kirby. Full, straight. Not a lot could have been done with that from Ferran.
Yeah, it's a single, but a reluctant single, I must say. Henry had 2 minds as to whether she should go up, she should take the single or not, in the end taking it. And just 3 runs coming from that over. Jamaica 55 for 5.
It's something that is quite evident in terms of the mode of operation of the Trinidad and Tobago team, led ably by Captain Mohammed. She's been quite proactive in terms of the way she has shielded Trinidad Henry from the strike throughout this partnership. A partnership of 21 so far from 28 deliveries. So not as quick and prolific as the Jamaican team would want, but a very good result. That last delivery of the previous over, Ferran, she will take strike. Sugrim it is, into her final over. Just conceded a single so far.
Yeah, it's simple yet effective. The team isn't running away with any sort of score. You know the threat that Chanel Henry presents. Don't mind her Ferran on strike, even though she might get 1 away. And it's frustrating Henry in the process as well. A loud appeal, and the umpire raises his finger in the affirmative. So Ferran goes back, and we mentioned the reluctance of Henry to take the single off that last ball of that previous over, and right away Ferran is dismissed.
Impressive again from Sugrim. That one a bit flatter. Bit of turn away from the right-hander. Batter there, Ferran looking to guide that one through the offside. In the eyes of the umpire, getting a bit of an outside edge. So a very good result again for the Trinidad and Tobago team. The Jamaicans this sink further into trouble. They're now 55 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, look at the figures of Steffi Sugrim. 3 wickets. 2 wickets, I beg your pardon. And just 1 run. She's into her 4th over. This is a T20 match. She's into her 4th over She's picked up 2 wickets and just a single run, and that run could have actually been a wicket had it not been for a drop catch. It's a wonderful, superb display of bowling from Steffi Sugrim. Economy, always spot on. It's a role that she plays so well for this team. Has proven very difficult to get away in this tournament. New batter now, Nisha and Waysam. A bit of a weight off, they're looking for a single. Waysam is sent back. It was hit straight to Vincent. Was fumbled a bit. Waysam looking for a single, but Henry knew that she couldn't get down in time. That would have been disastrous for Jamaica. Sugrim continuing to tighten the screws. Looking to go down the ground, almost taking the off stump.
You can see the frustration from Henry, looking up to the heavens. Would dearly love to face as much of these deliveries as possible.
And she takes that single. That's a 4th ball in the over. She has 2 balls remaining in this over. How does she play it now, Henry? 18 from 18. Fair to say, she hasn't gotten a lot of the strike for the latter half of this Jamaica innings.
Just 4 boundaries to find this Jamaican effort. Not enough from their perspective.
Down the ground, strike, straight, down to Anisa Mohammed, and Sugrim picks up another. She picks up the big wicket of Henry, who's looking to go big, expected of course, but straight to Anisa Mohammed. No power on the shot from Henry, and she is a frustrated figure walking back into the players' pavilion.
She was looking for boundary number 5, but on that occasion, not timing it as well as she would like. Perhaps getting too close to the pitch of that delivery, getting the inner portion of the bat. And I'm sure when she looked down and saw it was Anisa Mohammed, experienced campaigner under this one, she knew it was all over. So a very good catch there from Mohammed, just making her way to her left, taking it quite comfortably in the end. She has led well today in terms of her bowling, now contributing in the field as well.
Yeah, she's led well. Mentioned her bowling, the field, but the captaincy as well. A lot to be admired with how they have restricted the Jamaican team today. Sugrim, a 3rd wicket to her name, 2 in this over, 2 runs only. And she's bowled. She's bowled, so she gets another. She's on a hat trick, but that was her last delivery. So Steffi Sugrim doing the damage here for Trinidad and Tobago.
A bit of a swipe there from Watts, nowhere close to the pitch of that delivery. Really epitomizes the batting effort of the Jamaican team this afternoon. 56 for 8. And look at those figures once again, ladies and gentlemen. Steffi Sugrim, 4 overs, 22 dot balls. So just about almost 4 overs of dot deliveries. 4 wickets for 2 runs. So quite majestic effort there from the young lady. An effort that I'm sure she'll be proud of. And those supporters in Trinidad and Tobago will be more than proud of as well.
Yeah, a splendid display of bowling from Steffi Sugrim today. I mentioned she had the best economy in the tournament in the last T20 Blaze in St. Kitts, 2.2. But if she continues to bowl like that, she'll certainly be challenging that this year.
Talk about challenging. We have not seen much of a challenge from the Jamaican team so far with the bat. 18 overs completed, 56 for 8. New batter Wilmot joining Waysam. What can these two get in terms of the remaining 12 deliveries?
Yeah, can she get a few big hits away, Nisha, and away some? She has Anisa Mohammed to contend with, though. This is good cricket still from Anisa Mohammed, protecting the likely areas that Nisha and Waysam might be able to get a boundary. Sugram was in the circle. She sent her back. She's not risking a boundary. Was that a chance? Not sure. We'll have to see on the replay. Looking to go down the ground, straight to Ramnath. And Waysam manages to squeeze a single. So Wilmot now to face her first.
Looking back at that replay, Stacey, I think it was actually an opportunity. But we didn't see a lot of reaction from the Trinidad and Tobago team to the drop catch of some sort. It really compounded the struggles of the Jamaican team. 57 for 8. Captain Mohammed coming into the penultimate over of this innings.
Officially, but bounces just short of that fielder Ramtahal. Kate Wilmot is off the mark. Sends back Brittany Cooper now. Sees the intent of Waysam. And again, she's not willing to risk giving away runs. Although she's bowling tightly, she's not willing to risk it. So this is really good captaincy, I must say, from Anisa Mohammed. Singles won't hurt them at this point in time, Trinidad and Tobago. So she's protecting the boundary still, although 8 wickets down. And Jamaica, just to remind the viewers, if you're now joining us, they won the toss, decided to bat first. And it's been that sort of innings for Jamaica, not able to get anything away. 64-8, 1 over remaining.
19 overs completed, 60 for 8. Not the best batting effort from the Jamaican team, having won the toss. Sure, they would have been hoping for a better performance. Never really got going, especially in the power play. Just scored around 7 runs, I think, from the power play. Trinidad and Tobago spinners really stifled their progress. Haven't been able to recover from that particular start. Have lost wickets at regular intervals as well. Looking to just muster somewhat of a total. 1 over remaining. It's going to be bowled by Kirby. Switch of ends for her.
Yeah, and you have a look at the surface as well, Osnet. It's not offering any sort of prodigious turn.
I actually think it's a good batting surface. We saw in the recent VPL, this particular surface being perhaps the best amongst the 3 that we have on the square. So it's a good surface to bat on, but the Jamaican team just haven't been able to find any sort of fluency in terms of their timing, also their placement. They've hit a lot of good shots, but straight to the fielders. Kudos must also go to the captain, Mohammed, in terms of her field placing, her ability to continuously exert pressure on the Jamaican batsmen. They have not been able to counter that sort of pressure in any shape or form.
Yeah, and especially after losing 2 wickets early, the next few batters in the middle there didn't really look to form any sort of partnership of note. Faced a string of dot deliveries, and that certainly put pressure on them. Back to that partnership between Bryce and Morgan. Played really a shatter ball, but just couldn't get it to the fence. So, as I mentioned, the constructing of the innings was missing in that period of the game. So Kirby to continue to Wilmot. And she's bowling those deliveries really well, Leanne Kirby. Good deception being shown from her.
It appears that the ball just never comes. Batsmen seem to be waiting an eternity.
Yeah, appeal, but obviously tailing them that Kate Wilmot is looking for a second. She's in though. Really good running from her. Good athleticism, good agility, good awareness to get back there for the second.
It's the type of running that we have been calling for throughout the entire innings. Bit of aggressive running, putting some pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago fielders. Dive at the end. So it shows that she values her wicket. Wilmot.
And she's known for her bowling, Wilmot, but she's come out and she's showing great intent in this innings, looking to rotate the strike as much as possible. Yes, she's trying to get a boundary, but in the event of not getting one, she's doing the next best thing, which is at least getting a run to the scoreboard. So one is hit in the air, but it will land in no man's land. And the fielder there, and they look for a second. That certainly was a dangerous second. Looking for two. You can't really falter. She's trying to maximize the score, Wilmot, but she perishes in the end looking for a quick second run there.
It's a bit too much eagerness for that second from Wilmot. Delivery played into the outfield. Aggressive cricket there from the Trinidad and Tobago fielder. Getting it in. Good gathering as well from Kirby. All of her experience coming into play. And another wicket goes for the Jamaican team. So they are on 64 for 9. 64 for 9 in the final over of this encounter.
Last wicket in now. Anything that could have saved them there was probably a mistake from the fielders. But the way Trinidad and Tobago have been playing today, they're not making those simple mistakes. Yes, 2 drop catches, albeit difficult chances. I think Brittany Cooper will say, though, I should have gotten those. She's a really great fielder. Got to them, put them down, but it didn't really hurt Trinidad and Tobago. New batter in, Nicole Campbell. She's at the non-striker's end. Over her head, and I just spoke about her and her fielding effort today. And she puts another one down, Brittany.
Bit of a commentator's curse, Stacey. Another difficult chance, it must be said. But I'm thinking she perhaps jumped a bit too early. So she was on her way down there, Brittany Cooper. So 3 chances going a begging from her. Not sure she'll have the best of sleeps tonight.
Yeah, I mean, if you put those deliveries down, that's the end of the innings as well. Trinidad and Tobago restricting Jamaica to 65 for 9. And man, they'll be up and about. Yes, they weren't able to bowl them out, but 65 for 9. Really great display of bowling and tactical captaincy from Anisa Mohammed.
It's a batting effort that the Jamaican team will want to get behind them as quickly as possible. Just wasn't able to get any sort of momentum into their batting effort. And it's reflected in the total, 65 for 9, having batted their 20 overs. But from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective, they'll be quite pleased with this effort, and they'll be hoping that their batsmen can come out and do the job for them, finish off this encounter, and go 2 wins from 2. But in the meantime, we're going to take a short break, and we'll return with the Trinidad and Tobago reply.
Welcome back here at the Annisville Sporting Complex here in the beautiful island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Match between Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago in this Cricket West Indies T20 Blaze. Trinidad and Tobago restricted Jamaica to 65 for 9 in their 20 overs. Opening batters for Trinidad and Tobago, Rachel Vincent, and at the non-strikers end you have Janawa Joseph. I am sure that Jamaica will be coming out with a fight. Osneth, what do you say?
Well, they'll be hoping that they'll be able to exert pressure from the get-go, produce a similar performance to what we saw from the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. A bit different in their approach. We're seeing seam to start off proceedings.
Henry, the premier bowler, there's a loud appeal right away, and they're in business, Jamaica. Rachel Vincent is dismissed. She scored a half century in the first game that she played, 50 or 54 deliveries. Today, she's back. She's going back to the hut without scoring.
A very good start for Henry and the Jamaican team. They'll be pitching just around the middle and leg stump, coming back to some extent. Going across the line there was Vincent, and in the end, the umpire judging that one to be LBW. So a very good start, a vibrant start from Henry. Seeing the passion in her celebration, was quite dejected earlier on, quite frustrated, but she has managed to transform that frustration into success here early for the Jamaican team.
New batter, Brittany Cooper, had a good partnership with Vincent in that last game. She scored 42 or 41. They controlled the middle very well. She's in now facing to a fired up Chanel Henry. They don't have the runs on the board to play with. They know that picking up wickets at will is what they need to do in this game, Jamaica, if they are to pull off a victory here today.
The start just adds to the excitement in this encounter. For a while, we were thinking that this game will just turn out to be a simple, straightforward victory for the Trinidad and Tobago team, given what we have seen from the Jamaica 65 for 9. But that wicket at the start would definitely put a bit of pressure, a bit of nerves into the Trinidad and Tobago batting unit.
Yeah, if it was one thing I know, the Jamaicans, they're going to come out here with a fight. Henry again. Well played by Brittany Cooper. Straight bat, driving it to that fielder at mid-off.
Getting a bit of movement away from the right-handers, Chanel Henry. That movement would have defeated Vincent in her dismissal.
Yeah, continuing with that movement. She had a quizzical look at the umpire, Vincent, when he raised his finger, as if to say, where did that pitch? But you look at where it pitched. It did, as you said, pitch on the line of middle and leg stump. Just getting a bit of movement into middle and off. She accounted for her dismissal. She was looking to turn it to the onside. Nicely driven from Cooper. Looks to be in some sort of good nick as well. Cooper, as I mentioned, she did score 42 runs in that first game. Showed a lot of control. And Jamaica will love to see the back of her in this over. Straight, driven, uppishly, hitting the hand of Henry. She puts it down. So just like Brittany Cooper gave her 2 lives in her innings when she batted, she has given Brittany Cooper 1.
A difficult chance, as you can see from the replay. Struck quite powerfully. In her follow through there, Chanel Henry got a hand to it. But it goes down as a chance, but a very difficult one.
Yeah, she was also hoping that someone, one of the fielders, were close by to take the rebound, but Wilmot was just not close enough. Driving nicely through the covers, won't get to the boundary, but a nicely played shot from Cooper to get off the mark. Looks in fine touch, Cooper. At the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago 2 for 1.
Getting into some very good positions, Brittany Cooper, Henry, quite buoyed from that first wicket of Vincent, but I thought Cooper in that over was able to just show a bit of maturity. That last shot, a bit of a square drive, finding the gap, getting herself two. Trinidad and Tobago, they're 2 for 1, responding to 65 for 9 made by the Jamaican team.
Yeah, 65 for 9. Not great reading if you're a Jamaican fan. 75 dot balls in that 65 for 9 effort. Scoring off just 45 deliveries.
Something we've spoken about at length, inability of some of the players to really walk the ball into the gap, something that they have to learn and learn quickly if they are to elevate their game to match international standards, as they would say, playing cricket at the highest level. Ultimately, it's something that you want to work towards. I'm sure all of these players playing in this tournament will be harboring thoughts of playing at the highest level. So it's an area of the game that they have to improve on.
Yeah, the new bowler is Vanessa Watts. Had some good returns as well in her first game. 3 wickets, destroying the top order for Windward Islands when she played. Was on a hat-trick in that first game. Ended with figures of 4 overs, 18 runs and 3 wickets. We were hoping she could do something similar. Janaba Joseph on strike. And you just have a look at the number of deliveries that they scored that 65 runs off of. 65 runs are 45 deliveries. That's better than a run of ball. But the other 75 driven in the air, but just falling perilously close to that fielder at point. If they're able to score at least a single of 40 of those 75 deliveries, they would have had 105. No boundaries are important, but singles are too. Just yorking on that occasion, they look for a single. Janaba is down. They get an easy one in the end.
Quite belatedly, was always a single. Got it past the bowler. Feel that mid-wicket was quite wide. So it was an easy opportunity for a single, but a bit of miscommunication. Perhaps a bit of nerves creeping into the Trinidad and Tobago batting effort. 3 for 1. Not the best of starts from them. Similar to what we saw when the Jamaicans were at the crease.
Yeah, I mentioned that if you score 40 singles of those 75 deliveries, you get to 105. It just goes to show, yes, it's T20. You want to see 4s and 6s, but singles are just as important.
It's a big square here at the Innings Sporting Complex, something we spoke about earlier. Boundaries are quite big, especially for women cricket. So those singles are going to be quite crucial to the outcome of any batting effort.
Slammed straight through a fielder there, placed there, Jodie Morgan. Went through her legs. Ferran cleans it up on the mid-wicket fence. To end the over with a single, Trinidad and Tobago, they are 4 for 1 after 2.
Another seeded start. Likened to the effort that we saw of the Jamaican team. Not really making use of the power play, these two teams. 4 for 1, just going around 2 runs per over. But from the Trinidad and Tobago perspective, they'll know that it's not a big total on the board. Just a matter of keeping wickets in hand and being able to negotiate the early threat of Watts and, of course, Chanel Henry.
So no surprise that Henry gets a second. Similar ball to Ferran, but where is it pitching? There's a loud appeal, perhaps height as well on that occasion.
I think it was the height. She's a tall woman. Chanel Henry gets a bit of bounce as well, a bit of pep in her step. That wicket would have really encouraged her, motivated her. Rushing in, trying to do her best here for her team, give them a good start.
Similarly bold, but height again. So getting in some good areas to start here, Henry.
That required run rate just around 3.51, something that we will have to keep our eyes on. How quickly the Jamaicans would be able to get that rate in the region of 5 or 6 possibly.
Gets up nicely on her toes, punching that one to the offside. And this is something that Trinidad and Tobago they do so well. You saw that in that first game that we played. They lost that first wicket of Janaba very early, but with the introduction of Cooper, meeting Vincent in the middle, they were able to just continue to keep the scoreboard ticking over. They didn't look to play any sort of aggressive or hostile cricket. They were looking to just keep the scoreboard ticking over. And it paid off well for them in the end.
They need a similar effort this time around. Chasing 65. Not under any sort of scoreboard pressure. Just a matter of negotiating the good balls and finding a way of scoring. Ultimately, in limited overs cricket, it's all about scoring runs. So they have to find or figure out a way of scoring runs. That's the only way they're going to get anywhere close or beyond this total set by the Jamaican team. .61 runs needed from 17.2 overs.
Looking for the glory shot there. Janaba Joseph. And she's been castled by Henry, who gets the second.
Not the best of shots, best selection there from Joseph. Delivery perhaps not short enough for that particular shot. She'll be better served trying to punch that one through the covers. But Henry, she won't be disappointed. In fact, she's very elated, especially in our celebrations. She gets her second. Trinidad and Tobago in a spot of bother here, chasing 65 made by the Jamaican team. They are 5 for 2 into over number 3.
Yeah, Janaba Joseph looking to take the aggressive option to Henry, who's fired up. She's bowling well. Certainly an ill-advised shot, given the position that they're in. 1 wicket already down. Not a lot of runs on the board. She was dismissed. She wasn't bowled, but going for a similar shot in the first game versus Barbados, looking to take that ball across to the onside. She was caught at short mid-wicket. That occasion, missing it completely, and was bowled. So was in no position to play that shot. She's dismissed. The new batter now seems to be Samara Ramnath.
It's something we have seen throughout the day in terms of players digging themselves in somewhat of a hole, finding it difficult to really negotiate that sort of pressure. Having scored 1 from 7 deliveries, that shot, as you mentioned, being an ill-advised shot at that time.
Yeah, she's in business, Henry. She's liking it. Liking what she's doing for her team so far. Already picking up 2. Almost getting a 3rd. That brings the over 2, and then 1 run coming from it and the wicket. Trinidad and Tobago, they're 5 for 2.
Very good start from the Jamaican team. Was always going to be a case where they need to start well. Didn't do so with the bat, but with the ball in hand, they are up for the fight, it seems. A couple of wickets would really add to their motivation, their confidence that they can defend this total. Trinidad and Tobago, a bit of nerves you can clearly see setting in. They will need a partnership. As long as they're able to get a partnership going, then that would really stifle the efforts of the Jamaican team. Watts, on the other hand, she has other ideas. She'll be looking to get jealous, as they say. 1 over for 2 runs so far. Nothing in that 4th column.
Good aggressive captaincy as well from Jamaica. No fielders out of the circle and a slip in place as well. Wickets is what they're hunting. Looking to put pressure on the young player, Samara Ramnath, as well. Played out to cover. Manages to thread that gap. Barely. And she gets 2 and gets off the mark as well. Well, she was off the mark before, I beg your pardon. Just 2 runs to her name, takes her to 3.
Good looking shot there from Ramnat. Type of shot that is relatively risk-free. Mentioned a packed offside field, but she was able to pierce that gap. Got herself 2 runs. TNT up to 8 for 2.
That one was wide at that time. A misfield will allow them to get through for that single. Has to be better in that circle. That's the reason. Another error in the field allows them to get 2. Has to be better. Jamaica, if they had to pull off what would be, some would say, an unlikely victory given the score that they managed to put on the board. Already got the first 2 wickets. Need to be able to put pressure on these batters.
Not the best of cricket there from the Jamaican team. Bit of a misfield in the covers. Need to be tighter. Can't afford to just offer these easy opportunities for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yeah, you're seeing from Ramnat so far. She's just playing the situation. It's early yet, but she's not looking to take on the bowlers. Just trying to get the gap, keep it down, not trying to offer up a chance so far. Driving at that one outside the half stump, just narrowly missing the edge. The change of pace from Watts on that occasion, and some flight in that delivery as well.
I think it's a better length given the field. There's a man at slip. In order to bring that slip into operation, it has to be a bit fuller. Once again, well bowled. Being guilty of bowling a bit too short all the way around in the over, but it's the end of another over. And the Trinidad and Tobago women, they are 10 for 2 actually. 10 for 2, yes, 4 overs completed.
Yeah, and it's no surprise that Henry is going to continue. They want her to try and keep picking up wickets in this spell. Already has 2 to her name. And it's essential to their cause, Jamaica, if they can take out Cooper quite early. An appeal, but that one was heading down the leg side.
I think that would have been the thinking of the captain in terms of Cooper was on strike, so it's a matter of getting your premier seamer another over. Wickets are definitely going to be important for the Jamaican team. It's the only way they can limit the scoring opportunities of the Trinidad and Tobago and also limit their progress.
Yeah, Cooper to herself be saying that this is an important period for Trinidad and Tobago. Already losing 2 wickets. Henry, who is their premier fast bowler, is operating. She's fired up. Have to ensure that she doesn't give her another wicket, especially hers. Defending quite well.
It's good batting from Cooper, just showing the respect where it's due. Spoke about the required run rate being around 3.37 runs per over. Nothing out of the ordinary is required from the Trinidad and Tobago team. Just a matter of limiting the impact that Chanel Henry can have on this batting order.
Use of the feet on that occasion. Yorking her. She manages to get some bat onto it and the squeeze a single as well. So really good cricket between these two. Good battle in between, the war between these two teams.
I was just speaking about the fact that it's important that they try and nullify the threat of Chanel Henry. Interesting approach there from Cooper, using her feet. Thankfully for her and the Trinidad and Tobago team, got a bit of bat on that delivery. Almost yorked herself. Score moves up to 11 for 2.
Yeah, with every delivery passing by that they don't pick up a wicket, it will be pressure on Jamaica because wickets are very important. Still a very long way to go in this game. Yes, it's just 11 for 2, but the target is nothing that's difficult to get for Trinidad and Tobago. And she's bowled her. She gets another one, Henry. Oh boy, she's fired up out there today. She said she didn't get to do the job with the bat in hand. I'm gonna do it with the ball. What an excellent delivery. Magnificent from Henry. That has Trinidad and Tobago now in a spot of bother as well.
Brilliant day from Chanel Henry, showing all of her class, all of her ability with the ball in hand. So glimpses of it with the bat. But so far, her bowling has superseded her batted effort. That delivery tailing in to some extent. Missing it was Ramnot, and in the end, lost off stump. So very good result for Chanel Henry and the Jamaican team. They are able to put some pressure at the beginning of this innings on the Trinidad and Tobago top order. It's now 11 for 3.
There was nowhere near it at all, Samara Ramnat. You have a look at where she was standing and where she was trying to drive that ball. Her feet was nowhere close to the delivery. Yeah. Chanel Henry, one more over. Boy, is she wishing she had 6 today, wasn't it?
Indeed so. Beaten for pace as well, I think, Ramnat on that occasion. That extra pep in her step, something we spoke about earlier. You can just see it based on her body language that she's up for it, Chanel Henry. 3 overs so far. It will be interesting to see what the captain will do.
Yeah, and fair to say, the sort of character that she is, she'd be disappointed that she wasn't able to get any sort of impetus into their batting innings, to get more runs on the board. You saw the disappointment when she went out. And she knew that she had a chance with the ball in hand. What a difference it makes. Didn't pick up a wicket in that first encounter. Now she already has 3. A wicket each over. Nicole. Yeah. New bowler is Nicole Campbell. Bowlwell also picked up 3 wickets in that first game against Windward Islands. 3 wickets, 13 runs from her 3 overs. The skipper will be hoping that Campbell can get into the wicket-taking party. So Campbell over the wicket to the right-handed batter. She drags it down, gets some batter onto it. They'll look for 2 runs, but just a single. So a bit too short to start there from Nicole Campbell.
It's an important part of the innings coming into her spell here. Campbell replacing Watts. Bowled quite economically. Wasn't able to get the breakthrough needed to support the efforts of Chanel Henry. Interesting as well that we're seeing her bowl over the wicket. A lot of the left arm spinners we've seen in the tournament going around the wicket. None more so than Sugrim, who we saw earlier, quite economical as well as penetrative.
Yeah, that's a much better delivery compared to that first one, Nicole Campbell. A slip in place as well. Jamaica is up for this and not willing to let any sort of opportunity slip by. Yeah. Sunel Sao, the new batter in. Keeper for Trinidad and Tobago. Didn't see herself coming in early in that last game. She's here early today. She opens the batting as well in the 50 overs. Coming in the middle. So has batting pedigree, needs to build a partnership with Brittany Cooper at the other end. Slow delivery, turning away from her with the angle.
Well bowled there by Campbell. Bit of turn, slow turn it must be said. Sao was committed onto the front foot quite early in the end. We're quite thankful that she didn't get any sort of bat onto that. Captain Williams behind the stumps. Campbell again. Playing this one officially there was Sau. In the end, falling short of the feeder there, extra cover. So it's the end of a very good over from Campbell. Her first. And at the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago, they are 12 for 3.
12 for 3. At the end of the power play. And it's expected that Henry will bowl out. Cooper is on strike. At the end of their power play, Jamaica, they were 7 for 2. So they've done better getting that extra wicket. But Trinidad and Tobago was able to get 5 more runs than them. And they are also chasing just 65 for victory. 54 more runs required. That run rate required is not out of their reach. So Henry to bowl her last. Experience must come to the fore here. Brittany Cooper has to face the majority of this over and not lose her wicket as well to Henry.
Captain Williams opting to use Henry for her 4th over, last over for a spell. Figures of 3 for 5 so far.
And you don't mind that because this is where the game is at. If you leave it until it's late, it will definitely be too late. Walking this one to the onside. She gets a single. Sau now on strike. Yeah, so this is the game. You want to put pressure on them at the start of their innings. You've already picked up 3 wickets. You wish for your key bowler in Henry to go bang bang and take up 5 at the end of the 7th. 4 more balls remaining to do that. That is what the captain is hoping. And that will certainly put a lot more pressure on Trinidad and Tobago.
Throughout the day, we spoke about the importance of singles. We saw it in the batting effort of the Jamaican team where Chanel Henry was starved of the strike on a couple of occasions. That single being taken by Hooper would be welcomed by the Jamaican team.
Gets up tall on her toes, play that one down. Sunil Sau.
Welcome in the sense that they now have an opportunity to put a bit of pressure on Sau, who's yet to get off the mark. 6 deliveries faced. So I'm sure Chanel Henry will be biting at the bits to continue bowling to her in the remainder of this over. Full length delivery, going for that Yorker length delivery. Just misdirected to some extent. Well played there by Sau. Interesting to see if umpire makes any sort of signal. He doesn't, so it tells me that there was a bit of an edge onto that one. So 2 runs added to her personal tally. Trinidad and Tobago, they move up to 15 for 3.
Yeah, looking for that delivery that dismissed Ramnath on that occasion. It was just errant in line.
Ooh, it's a good delivery. Coming back into the right hander. Well played, it must be said, from Sau.
Yeah, and Henry is saying so close. Oh, so close to picking up her 4th.
Earlier in her spell, we saw her getting the ball to move away from the right-handers. But on a couple of occasions, she has managed to get that ball to nip back into the right-handers, which has really caused a lot of problems for the Trinidad and Tobago top order. Kudos to Sau on that occasion, negotiating that threat quite admirably. Not a good delivery, but well played by Sau. So intriguing cricket here in this Cricket West Indies T20 Blaze. Round number 2, match between Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica. Trinidad and Tobago pursuing a total of 66 for victory. They are 15 for 3.
Yeah, credit to Henry with the way she came out with the ball, showing the fight, bringing the fight for Jamaica to Trinidad and Tobago. Has superb returns of 4 overs, 8 runs and 3 wickets to her name. I mentioned that she didn't manage to pick up a wicket in that first game versus the Windward Islands. A difference that they can make, picking up 3 in her wonderful spell of bowling. So Nicole Campbell to continue to Brittany Cooper.
Cooper has been there for a while, 7 from 16 deliveries. Campbell to continue. Another slow delivery, flighted, punched down the ground. That's all she needs to do, Brittany Cooper. Doesn't want to get too restrained in terms of not scoring. There's enough opportunities there to score, given the spaces we're seeing in the outfield. There's a long on and deep mid-wicket, so that area down the ground, always inviting.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they haven't decided to bring that fielder up in the circle. Bryce on the long on boundary. Tucks this one to the onside. Looking for two Sow, but good field in there. My Morgan keeps it to 1.
I don't think that's the line that Captain Williams will be looking forward to from Campbell on the line of the leg stump. Not a lot of options, not a lot of protection on that leg side. It was easy pickings really for Sow, working it nicely. It's a packed offside field, so I'm thinking spinning across the right-handers, that's the area she needs to be. Just in that particular zone. Good length as well. Bringing Brittany Cooper forward. Cooper is going to be so critical to the outcome of this encounter. Having gone through that initial difficult phase, negotiating the threat of Chanel Henry, she doesn't want to get too complacent facing up to the other bowlers in this outfit. This one is short and going across the line. Shave the off stump. Campbell down on her knees. In the end, a bye conceded. One more added to the total.
So close. I think Rashada thought it was crashing into the off stump. She's looking at the stump to think as if to say, what happened there? Just some movement across the right-handed batter, saving her in the end.
Once again, good cricket, good smart cricket from Sow. Just working it nicely into the leg side. Putting a bit of pressure on the fielder there, who is right on the edge of the circle. So it's always an opportunity for you to put a bit of pressure on those fielders in the infield. Another single, 19 for free. 47 for victory. Certainly looking a long distance away given the start that we have had. It's Cooper punching this one, but can't pierce the field. And it's the end of another over. Trinidad and Tobago going along quite sedately. 19 for free, 8 overs completed.
Yeah, this innings is following a similar pattern to what happened in that first innings versus, well, when Jamaica batted. The first boundary came up in the 11th over. We've yet to see a boundary in the 8th over that's been bowled so far. 3 wickets already down. Struggling to get the ball away. Struggling to pick up singles at will also.
It's interesting to see who replaces Chanel Henry at that administrative center end. Appears to be Nation. Certainly big boots to follow given the performance from Henry. Bowled a lot of pace, a lot of commitment, fire in her belly as they would say. Was really up for it. Dented the back of the Trinidad and Tobago batting unit quite early. Mounting somewhat of a mini recovery here, the Trinidad and Tobago team, these two. Just looking to form somewhat a partnership. Get a bit of momentum, not being bogged down to any extent. So spin again introduced into the attack. Bit of off spin from Nation.
Nation, player of the match in that first encounter versus Windward Islands. Not for the bat though. Ball in hand. Picked up 3 wickets, 3.3 overs and 7 runs.
I think if she is able to replicate that sort of performance, the Jamaican team would be in good stead.
Not a massive turn of the ball. Tries to use her variation in length and her pace. Nation.
So there's a flight to delivery. Punch to the fielder there at mid-off. Good running by Sow. From the minute she hit it, just enough pace to be able to complete that run quite comfortably in the end. Good response from her partner, Cooper. I'm sure both of these players would have played together quite a bit. They need more of that kind of running between the wickets, putting some pressure on those fielders we are seeing in the circle. 2 players out, long on and deep mid-wicket. Short and cutting this one, but can't beat the fielder there at backward point. Cooper 8 from 20 deliveries. Make that 8 from 21 deliveries. So it hasn't been smooth going for her, but she'll know the importance of her wicket. Jamaica team themselves will know how important it is that they dismiss Cooper. Someone who can really glue this innings together. This one is short, pulling it, but not beating the fielder there at mid-wicket. So the end of a tidy over there from Nation, her first, just conceding a single. Trinidad and Tobago, they continue to surge along to some extent, quite slowly though. 20 for free, 9 overs completed.
I have seen a few deliveries that were overpitched or dragged down in that over, that they were unable to put away Trinidad and Tobago. Yes, 3 wickets falling very early, but still have to be able to have the presence of mind to put that bad delivery away. A few of those just being hit straight to the fielders. So a change of bowling. They're going to Julian Morgan. Did not see her with the ball in the first game. Nicole Campbell. She's replacing Nicole Campbell, sorry.
Almost a halfway stage, 9 overs completed. That required run rate above 4 at this time. Started out just around 3.3 runs per over. So what the Jamaican team has done well is that they've managed to just push that rate above 4 runs per over. Still quite manageable from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective. She's using his feet and hitting it straight to the fielder there at mid-wicket. A bit of a lapse in concentration from Sao. She has played well up to this point. Using her feet there to Morgan, not getting to the pitch of it. In the end, mistiming it straight to the fielder there at mid-wicket. An easy opportunity, somewhat of a soft dismissal. Therefore, Sao and the Trinidad and Tobago team, they are now 20 for the loss of 4.
Julian Morgan, not employed with the ball in the first game, gets an opportunity to bowl, and it's evident what Jamaica is trying to do. Keep pace off the ball. You have Waysome and Wilmot as well in the lineup, pacers. But the captain is saying, I'm going to keep taking pace off the ball. She goes to Julian Morgan and she picks up a wicket. It'll be a drinks break here at the Annisville playing field. Trinidad and Tobago still needing 46 runs for victory from 64 balls. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back here after the drinks break at the Annisville Cricket Stadium. Jamaica won the toss. Just to give you a recap, decided to bat first. They were restricted to 65 for 9. Trinidad and Tobago in reply, 20 for 4. Chanel Henry dismissing the top 3 batters, and Julian Morgan getting in the action, picking up that wicket of Sunil Sao just before the break. Anisa Mohammed, new batter in. Anisa Mohammed and Brittany Cooper, 2 of the most experienced players for Trinidad and Tobago in this lineup. Known for her off-spin bowling, but can certainly hang around with the bat in hand. And this sort of total is up her alley. Mohammed will look to just work it around, pick up the singles, pick up the gap at will, run well. Doesn't need to go big in terms of the run rate so far, but they'll need to keep wickets in hand and grow this partnership between herself and Brittany Cooper. Hasnet Kato watching proceedings here in the 10th. No boundary hit as yet. 4 wickets down.
That required run rate, as we mentioned, continue to increase somewhat. I think that's something that the Trinidad and Tobago team have to pay close attention to. But it's the end of a very good over from Morgan, a maiden over, maiden wicket in fact. The Trinidad and Tobago team, they are still at 20 for 4, 10 overs completed.
And again, if you're looking at the game, it's not, as we mentioned, a lot of turn off the surface, but what the spinners have done so well is use their variations in terms of their pace and their lines, their lengths as well. Morgan just hitting one spot and bowling as slowly as possible. And it's proven to be a successful ploy for her so far. Nation now with ball in hand. Had a tidy first over. Let's see what she has to offer in the second. Diving around there, Morgan. Stopping every run, Jamaica. That will be important for them as well.
Well, what started out as a quite overcast day, slowly turning into very bright sunshine here at the Annisville Sporting Complex. Good to see. Nation into a second over. Is conceding a single so far. So both spinners bowling in tandem, keeping it quite tight. Not offering a lot of scoring opportunities to the Trinidad and Tobago batters. Yeah. Brittany Cooper, 8 from 25 deliveries. I'm sure the pressure would be getting to her. That inability to score and score quickly. A wide delivery, a bit too wide this time around from Nation. She's been there for a while, Cooper. So you like to think that she should be able to get a measure of the wicket by now, measure of conditions, and being able to get the ball into the gaps as much as possible. As a bit of a misfield there from the fielder there at square leg, allows the opportunity for a second, which was accepted by these two. The score moves up to 23 for 4.
Yeah, away some diving away to her left there. Just misfielding it. Yes, she got to it quickly, but getting down in her effort, unable to hold on to the ball, allowing them to come back for 2.
Spoke about the mode of operation normally from Anisa Mohammed. I think that is what the Trinidad and Tobago team will need between these next 3 or so overs. Flighted delivery and diving attempt there from Nation. I think Mohammed was quite safely grounded in her crease. The end of another tight over. Just 3 runs coming from it. Trinidad and Tobago, they're 23 for 4, 11 overs completed.
Yeah, a lot will be required from these two batters in the middle. Brittany Cooper, who's been there for a very long time, 29 deliveries faced, 10 runs to her name, you'll say that she's done the hard work. She faced a fired up Henry, survived. Was there when 3 wickets went down. Anisa Mohammed joining her also. So a lot will be required from these two to take Trinidad and Tobago to victory. Jamaica, in the meantime, they are piling on the pressure by bowling a string of dot deliveries and picking up wickets in between.
Morgan it is to continue proceedings from this Beckwith end. Seem to have a simple mode of operation, Morgan. Just bowl as straight as possible, not offering a lot of room to either of these players. So far it has worked admirably for her. Bit of flight on that occasion. Mohammed looking to use her feet, not making the type of contact that she would have anticipated. Score remains 23 for 4. Just joining us, the Jamaica team, they won the toss earlier, elected to bat first and only mustering 65 for 9 in their 20 overs. In Trinidad and Tobago, they haven't found things to be easy by no means. Struggled really, lost wickets at regular intervals. That brilliant spell from Chinel Henry dented their response, as this one is outside the off stump. A bit of room offered by Morgan. Just punching it into the gap there, Mohammed. She's off the mark. Trinidad and Tobago up to 24 for 4.
Yeah, too much width offered on that occasion. A good stop though by the fielder at point. Got down quickly, not allowing them to get two.
It's short and punched down the ground there from Cooper. It's the type of innings from Cooper where you'll expect her to bat all of these overs and win the game. Hasn't been scoring as quickly as she would have liked so far in the innings, but it's the fact that she would have used up a lot of deliveries, so it's all is forgiven if she's able to bring this game home. It's the end of another over. Just 1 run coming from it, from Morgan. So 2 overs, 1 for 2 so far. Doing the job for the captain, Trinidad and Tobago. Moving along at a snail-like pace here in response to the Jamaican 65 for 9. They're 25 for 4.
Yeah, 41 runs on 48. At the start of this innings, you mentioned to keep an eye on the run rate required. It shot up now to 5 runs per over. It started at about 3.5, just to put things into context.
Certainly something that the Trinidad and Tobago team has to keep their mind focused on, being able to just ensure that they are scoring at a reasonable rate. Don't want to put too much pressure on yourselves as a batting unit. You have lost wickets. You don't want a situation where that rate is going up 6 or 7 runs per over. Scoreboard pressure will definitely start to tell on these batters. Jamaican, though, they seem to be quite prepared to try and limit the scoring opportunities and get that scoring rate, that required run rate, that is up to a higher number, as that one is pulled out to the fielder there at deep mid wicket. 1 bounce. Another single. 26 for 4.
Yeah, Cooper, just on that occasion, opting to go over the short mid-wicket. We've seen her pull a number of those short deliveries, but straight to the fielder at short mid-wicket. On that occasion, she says to herself, let me get it over the field. So good thinking from her. At least she gets a single and gets off the strike.
Not a dot delivery. Seemed to be the order of the day here at the Annesville Sporting Complex. This one is hit uppishly into the gap. Should be able to get a second. They'll do so quite comfortably. Good placement there from Mohammed. Not looking to hit it too hard. Just getting to the pitch of it and placing it in between that fielder at deep square leg and deep mid wicket.
Yes, not a boundary, but an important tool for Trinidad and Tobago. Really good connection from her, and as you mentioned, the placement as well.
This one is dabbed to short third man for another single. So Mohammed seemed to be getting into her own, getting used to conditions. We saw 2 previously. Now we are seeing a delivery walk to the left of the fielder there at short third man for another single. So more of the same would be required in the remaining 7 overs or so. Dot delivery to end the over. Another good one from Nation. 3 overs, none for 8 so far from her. Doing the job that the captain required at this stage of the innings. But Trinidad and Tobago not going anywhere quickly at this time. They're 29 for 4. They require 37 from 42 deliveries.
Yeah, 37 looking at far away in terms of what has transpired in this game so far. Morgan to continue.
You mentioned 37 looking a far distance away. They've scored 29 in 13 overs. So if it is that they have to win this game, they will definitely have to score at a quicker rate. It's been quite attritional cricket so far. Just 4 boundaries throughout the 2 innings or so we are witnessing this game. Well, like innings and 3/4, fair enough, into the 14th over.
Yeah, Mohammed looking to play that shot that she played before, that delicate touch past the keeper.
Using her feet this time and going over long on. A good looking shot. 2 bounces into the fence. So getting into a bit of rhythm here, Anisa Mohammed showing her experience and showing that she has a willpower to do well for her team, having bowled well, captain well. She's now looking to take her team home. Trinidad and Tobago to move up to 33 for 4.
Yeah, this is good from Anisa Mohammed. The field is up and she's chancing her arm to go over the infield, and she did so quite well. First boundary coming up in 13.2 overs. For Jamaica, it was 10.5.
This one is a very good shot as well. Using the pace, a quicker delivery there from Morgan. Cooper there a bit belatedly in terms of going for that run, but in the end, all's well. That ends well for her and the Trinidad and Tobago team. Another single. So getting a bit of a move on. Here the Trinidad and Tobago team, they are 34 for 4. Change in field. There's now a long on and long off in place. Deep mid wicket, deep square leg. So quite a few boundary riders, surprisingly, given what we have seen in the last 4 overs or so. As this one, a bit of sloppy cricket again. We have seen that on a couple of occasions from the Jamaicans. Not what is required when you are defending a total of 65.
Yeah, Watts did all the hard work. She got down well, stopped the ball from going into the gap. The throw was ill-directed, and Rashada was unable to clean it up, was in no position to get it, and they managed to get a single. So the wheels falling off a bit here for Jamaica in this over.
$35 for 4. Still a delivery to go in this over. Mohammed, 9 from 16 deliveries. In the context of what we have seen throughout the day, not a bad effort. Especially considering that you know for sure what you're chasing, you know what is required. It's a short delivery and just guiding it past the wicketkeeper. Almost out of the gloves of the wicketkeeper there, Anisa Mohammed. Certainly a favorite shot of hers. Quite effective so far. And it's the end of another over. Morgan 3 overs, 1 for 9. Trinidad and Tobago, 36 for 4. They require 30 from 30 deliveries.
Yeah,
36 deliveries, sorry.
Looking a lot better for Trinidad and Tobago in the last 2 overs. We're seeing the intent to score. That's very important. Picking the gaps, Anisa Mohammed, finding the areas where the fielders aren't, and picking up singles at will. So really good to see, as I mentioned, this partnership is so important because of the experience. Mohammed may not be the biggest boundary hitter. Yes, she got a 4. But what she's able to bring to the Trinidad and Tobago lineup, as I mentioned, is the experience and the alertness, the know-how to get singles at will. So that is something that she will do well, and we're seeing that manifesting here so far in her very small innings of 10 of 17 deliveries.
Physio is onto the field, giving a bit of attention there to the wicketkeeper, Williams. I'm not sure if that's as a result of that attempt in the previous over from that wayward throw. There's a small break in proceedings, building up to be quite a interesting finish. The Jamaican team, if they're able to get just a couple more wickets, especially that wicket of Cooper, or even these two, they'll feel that they'll be able to take home the advantage. Trinidad and Tobago, they will be quite pleased with this partnership so far, the way that it has actually matured into something meaningful for them, something tangible in terms of runs. So they'll be hoping that these two can actually continue in the same vein in the next couple of overs or so. And by doing so, that will actually cripple the charge of the Jamaican team.
And what this innings as well from Mohammed has done is taken a considerably amount of pressure off of Brittany Cooper.
Once again, she's playing that shot of hers, just guiding it past the wicketkeeper. Should be able to come back for a second. A bit of a mix-up. Not the most mobile is Anisa Mohammed, so that's something Brittany Cooper has to be mindful of. You know, she's lightning quick in the wickets. So it's about assessing whether or not you'll be able to make that run quite comfortably. You don't want to take unnecessary risk at this time. But a shot again employed there by Mohammed, where she just guides that ball in the region between the wicketkeeper and that shot third man. Watts it is, back into the attack, into her third over. She's sweeping this one, Cooper. It's a bit more expansive from her in the last couple of overs. Once again, turning and looking for that second run, which was never on.
Yeah, Mohammed has played that shot 3 times successfully. I'm surprised that they still haven't gone with a slip. They still need to get wickets, Jamaica, to win this game.
I think it's a case as well where you can actually get the short third man to be a bit finer, to negate that sort of gap that Mohammed seemed to favor so much. And good cricket again from her. Good to see. Just walking the ball into the gap there on the offside. Soft hands allow the opportunity for them to get across quite easily in the end. So good cricket.
Yeah, nudging and nurdling now. Anisa Mohammed, she hit those 2 expansive shots, and now you see the field push back for her. So now she has the opportunity to just drop the ball in the circle, and good communication between the 2 batters, being alert to a single there because the fielders are on the edge of the circle.
For the 27 runs required from just around 5 overs or so. 5.1 overs. So 27 from 31 deliveries. Make that 27 from 30 deliveries as that Watts over come to an end. Quite economical as well from her. 3 overs for 9. TNT there 39 for 4. A real difficult task for Captain Williams at this time. We spoke about the captaincy of Anisa Mohammed when the Trinidad and Tobago team bowled, in terms of how well she was able to maintain those fielders within the circle. But I'm seeing a slight contrast in terms of how the Jamaicans have operated. They have actually allowed the opportunity for these two players, at least recently in the last couple of overs, to hit the ball into the gaps down to long on, long off, that sort of region, and get singles. So it's something that Captain Williams have to be mindful of, the balance between being attacking, but at the same time, you don't want to concede easy singles, because singles can actually win this game for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yes, I agree with you. And the reason why, because when Anisa Mohammed came out to the middle, the fielders were all up in the circle, except for maybe mid-wicket. But since playing that shot over that field at mid-on, you started to see the spread of the field. She played a shot the over before she got the boundary. She hit the pocket at mid-wicket and long on. So because of those two expansive shots showing of intent from Anisa Mohammed, the skipper is thinking, if they get a boundary, the game will be finished quicker. So she's also thinking, let me try and get it as deep as possible, but still find some way to save runs. It's a tough situation for the skipper, but the bowlers need to be very accurate from here on out. Nicole Campbell, back on the ball.
This one again worked nicely, smartly behind square on the onside. Not the correct line there from Campbell. Offering that opportunity on the pads. Mohammed said, thank you very much. So another single added to her personal tally. She moves up to 13. Trinidad and Tobago, they are now 40 for 4. Looking at the field currently, there's a field that's long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, and the deep square leg. So quite a few boundary riders. We mentioned the required run rate, just around 5.38 runs per over. So singles can definitely work for the Trinidad and Tobago team. They don't need to take on any of these deep fielders, as this one is punched down to one of those fielders I alluded to for a single. I just think that perhaps bring that mid-long off into mid-off, put a bit more pressure on, and have your bowler bowl on the offside.
Yes, and you look at the game, Brittany Cooper has been there for 38 deliveries. She's just scored 15 runs. But she hasn't been fined in the middle of the bat with consummate ease as Mohammed has done since she's come out to the middle. So perhaps Jamaica can look to maybe squeeze Brittany Cooper a bit more and ask her to go over the top.
Spot on, Stacey. This one again on the line of the leg stump, not being able to work it fine enough this time, Mohammed. Good over so far. Just 2 runs conceded from Campbell. That run rate going up to 5.77. So looking to get it beyond 6, the Jamaican team.
Good 2 balls from Nicole Campbell. Has to be very tight to Mohammed here. Offers her width. Not advised. There's a chance for 2. He won't get it though.
Good strong arm there from Nation.
Oh, now they get it. Now they get the second. The throw comes in, accurate to the stump. But the stump's getting in the way and ricochets, and they managed to get 2. So good alertness from these 2 batters as well.
It's been that type of day for the Jamaican team. We have seen those slight lapses in concentration in terms of the fielding. On this occasion, Nation doing well to put doubts in the minds of these 2 batters. But as you said, hitting the stumps and ricocheting in an area that allowed them to come back for a second run. So 2 more runs added to the total, 43 for 4. 4 runs from this over so far. Looking to finish well, Mohammed, as he's sweeping this one out to the fielder there at deep square leg. So choosing her moments, Mohammed. It's been a smart innings from her so far. Hasn't looked to hit the cover of the ball, just chose those spots on the field where she's able to make enough contact to put pressure on the fielders. So 5 runs coming from that Campbell over. It's the end of the 16th. Trinidad and Tobago, all 4s here. It's 44 for 4.
Yeah, Campbell opting to continue over the stump, which is always risky. Yes, you are supposed to be sliding it across the right-handed batter, given that you're a left-arm spinner. So you want the angle to go across. But in that over, a few too many deliveries on the line of leg stump, which shows that she didn't have the sort of control that was required. And then when she got it to slide across the right-handed batter, it was just too wide. So 4 more overs remaining in this game. it's still very tense here at the Annisville playing field. Yes, Trinidad and Tobago, because of this partnership, has wrestled back some sort of control in this match. But one mistake either way can see the game swinging in the direction of either team. Trinidad and Tobago, you'll say, in control at this point in time. Morgan to finish her spell.
A very good spell indeed from her. So far, 3.1 overs, 1 for 9. As Mohammed is pulling this one out to deep mid-wicket for a single. So those singles becoming more frequent now from the bat of Anisa Mohammed. She moves up to 17 from 27 deliveries, surpassing Brittany Cooper, who's been there for a while, 15 from 38. I'm sure in her mind she'll be mindful that it's all about staying there, taking it to the end. As this one is coming down the track, punching it down the ground. Cooper looking to be a bit more aggressive on that occasion. Not getting the desired result in terms of a boundary, but getting the next best result in the form of a single, adding to the total. Now up to 46 for 4.
Yeah, using the feed to Morgan. Haven't seen a lot of that from Cooper in her innings so far. I think it's a good option.
Mohammed coming down, hitting it down the ground. For a moment there, Henry may have thought that it was coming her way. In the end, just chopping short. Not the best selection there from Anisa Mohammed. We have praised her temperament so far. Just a slight lapse in concentration on that occasion, looking to go big. Not necessary, I would say. Cooper again punching this one down to long on, so it's over. Turning out to be a reasonable over for the Trinidad and Tobago team. 4 runs from it so far, required to score at 5.7.
Yeah, better from Cooper. Looking to come to those deliveries from Morgan. She's not turning it. So this is certainly a better option from her. Getting some fluency into her innings, Cooper.
This one is hit uppishly out to long off. A chance for a catch. Well taken there on the long off boundary. So the breakthrough comes at last for the Jamaican team. This partnership was getting quite worrying for them. The last delivery of the spell, not sure about the choice of shots given the situation. But Anisa Mohammed, she has to go for 18. Trinidad and Tobago women, they're now 48 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, doesn't have the power to get over Kate Wilmot. Julian Morgan breaks through, picking up her second wicket. Anisa Mohammed, she was hitting the ball so nicely along the carpet. I think Trinidad and Tobago would have wanted her to continue along that path. Instead, looking to go big and holding out to Kate Wilmot, who takes an easy catch off the long off boundary. So now Trinidad and Tobago, 48 for 5, 3 overs remaining. Great spell of bowling as well from Julian Morgan, coming in unexpectedly, given that she didn't bowl in that first game against Windward Islands, and did a job for her team. Didn't do it with the bat, but put her hand up when it certainly needed to be put up for her team with ball in hand, much like Chanel Henry as well to start.
Brilliant spell from Morgan, 4 overs, 2 for 13. She has bowled well in tandem with Nation, both of them putting somewhat of a squeeze on the Trinidad and Tobago batting effort. That last delivery of her spell proving to be successful for her. I'm sure Captain Mohammed would be, quite mad at herself for that particular shot, given the fact that it was the last delivery of this spell that required rate just around 6 runs per over. Mention as long as the Jamaican team is able to get that rate around 6 and beyond, it's going to cause a lot more pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago team, as this one is driven uppishly over the field of that extra cover. Should be able to get a second quite comfortably in the end. The onus now will be on Brittany Cooper, who's been there for 41 deliveries, to take up the mantle of seeing this game through. Her wicket is going to be crucial for the outcome of this game. In my opinion, that is.
Certainly so. Using her feet again on that occasion and clearing the infield. 16 from 17 deliveries.
Using her feet again, this time half stop there from Nation, but allowing the pair to cross for a single, brings Corby into strike.
Yeah, and I mentioned that since she started using her feet to the slow bowlers, it's been paying off well for her in terms of her connection.
Interesting to see how Corby goes. A slow delivery there from Nation, just holding that one back, not offering any sort of pace on that delivery.
Yeah, it's important for Kirby to keep the scoreboard ticking over. She's a new batter in, but very important for Trinidad and Tobago. If she can just keep the scoreboard ticking over, keep the strike rotating.
This one's certainly looking to be heading down to the wire as this one is punched out through the offside. Good looking shot there from Corby. Should be able to get 2 runs quite comfortably. 2 runs is all they will get.
Yeah, there's an interesting statistic as Kirby is in the middle, Nation is bowling to her. But when you check through the history of the last 3 encounters between these two teams, I mentioned that Jamaica has shown their dominance against Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago, though, in a good position still to pull off a victory here. But when you look at the dismissals for Kirby in those last 3 encounters, only 1 bowler has picked her up, Nisha and Waysam.
It's again punching off the back foot is Kirby. Seemed to time the ball quite well. I'm sure the Trinidad and Tobago team will be hoping that she's able to do so for the duration of this innings. How long that would be, left to be seen. Score moves up to 54 for 5. They're requiring a further 12 runs from 2.1 overs. Cooper on strike again, using her feet and crashing this one through the offside. Should be able to get some runs on this occasion, getting very close to the boundary and just holding up in the last half a meter or so. But in the end, they get 3 runs, 3 welcome runs for the Trinidad and Tobago team. The total now moves up to 57 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago pursuing a target of 66.
I thought she picked up her first boundary there. Brittany Cooper made great connection on that occasion, getting the width. But still 3 runs. Good result still for Trinidad and Tobago. 9 runs needed, 12 balls. I'm looking around at the field and I'm wondering if the game goes down to the last over, who will bowl that last over for Jamaica? Nicole Campbell, she's bowled decently enough, but not penetrative enough, I'll say, to form any sort of threat in that last over. It'll be hopeful, if she gets to bowl that last over, that she finds her lines and lengths. What to bowl the penultimate, the all-important over of this match.
She went officially down to long off there from Cooper. So we have seen an improvement in terms of her fluency in the last 3 overs or so. From a Trinidad and Tobago perspective, that's a welcome addition to her game. Corby, on the other hand, 3 from 3 so far. Just wafting at that one outside the off stump, missing it completely. Not the result that she was looking for. Ring of fielders on the offside. There's a long off, long on, deep mid wicket and deep square leg. Delivery turning down the leg side. I think it's going to be signaled wide by the umpire. Is it? Yes, it is. So, not the result that the Jamaican team wanted. Bit of turn. Started on the line of the leg stump. Turn for the down leg. So 2 more runs added to the total. In Trinidad and Tobago, they're up to 60 now. 60 for the loss of 5. That's a further 6 runs required from 1.4 overs. Safe to say that Trinidad and Tobago, they're in the driver's seat. Jamaica will need to do something magical from here. This one is cut again into the gap. More runs for Cooper and Trinidad and Tobago. Should be able to come back for a second. They do. Completed. So 2 more runs, 62 for 5. 4 runs required.
Yeah, inching closer to victory, Trinidad and Tobago. Brittany Cooper, very important person, very important that she stayed there. We mentioned how important it was for her wicket and for her to stay close to the end of the innings. And she's done that for Trinidad and Tobago, you say. 4 runs still required though from 8 deliveries. Can Jamaica make a game of this? Can we see some drama for these next 8 deliveries remaining in this match?
Well, they want to at least take it into the final over, the Jamaicans. She's sweeping this one nicely out to deep square leg. A bit of a misfield. Coming back for a second. Not the best of throw as well. So once again, we have seen that sloppy piece of cricket creeping into the Jamaican team at times throughout this innings. And it has really impacted on their confidence at times. Just offering these extra runs to the Trinidad and Tobago team, and in a low-scoring contest, that is definitely not something we'll want as a fielding team.
Certainly not. With the game being as tight as it is, every run counts.
Short delivery and powered out to deep mid-wicket for a single. So scores are level here in this encounter. Brittany Cooper, she moves up to 29. In Trinidad and Tobago, they are 65 for 1. They require 1 run from the final over here at Arnesville Sporting Complex.
Yeah, Brittany Cooper wasn't her fluent best today, you'll say, especially when you compare it to that first game that she played. But what was important was sticking it out and not giving her wicket away.
I alluded to the fact earlier that she needed to bat the majority of these overs. She needed to take her team home, given the fact that she would have soaked up so many deliveries in the earlier part of her innings. It was imperative that she take it all the way, and that is what she has done up to this point. 1 run required. Cambo it is. Now full toss and punching it, but straight to the fielder there at mid-wicket. So adds to the drama here in this encounter. Only fielder out is that fielder deep mid-wicket. So ring of fielders on the offside. So a fielder backward square, mid-wicket, and the mid-on. It's a short delivery and hitting it out to the fielder there, short-out man, who misfields. And Trinidad and Tobago, they have come out triumphant in this encounter, winning this one by 5 wickets. Brittany Cooper taking it straight to the end. She knots out on 30 from 50 deliveries. Kobe, she made 3 from 4. But Trinidad and Tobago, they registered their 2nd win in this T20 Blaze. Jamaicans, I'm sure they'll be quite disappointed with their batting effort, but you can't really fault their effort in terms of defending this total.
Certainly not. Must give credit to Jamaica for coming out today and showing the fight that they did, given the low total on the board. But Trinidad and Tobago, they bowled exceptionally well to restrict them to that low total. A few nervous moments during this chase, but in the end, having the set batter, you see in the value of having someone taking it deep in this tournament, and Brittany Cooper took it right down to the wire, right to the end, and while she's there, and the fact that she stayed to the end, Trinidad and Tobago always knew that they had a very good chance of winning this game, which they did in the end. So congratulations to Trinidad and Tobago, pulling off their 2nd victory, looking to do the double. They're Super 50 champions. They dethroned Jamaica of that crown this year, and they're looking to dethrone Jamaica in the the T20 Blaze as well.
It's a very good all-around performance from the Trinidad and Tobago team. Their batting at times showed up in terms of not being able to handle the class and skill of Chanel Henry. How important was that drop catch as well? Cooper being put down from Henry off her own bowling, a difficult chance at the time. but it just goes to show that as long as you're able to get in, you should stay in and steer your team to victory. So commiserations to the Jamaican team. Justin bat well today, having won the toss and electing to bat first. Trinidad and Tobago, they go 2 from 2. And we have one more encounter coming up later on tonight. We will see the Windward Islands coming up against Barbados starting at 7 p.m. So we'll take a break here from proceedings at the Annesville Sporting Complex. Do rejoin us here at 7 p.m. for live action in the Cricket West Indies Women's T20 Blaze.